Good morning, and welcome to today's New York City Council hearing from the Committee on Contracts, joint with the Committee on Children and Youth. At this point, I'd like to remind everyone to kindly silence their electronic devices, and at no point going forward is anyone to approach the dais. Additionally, no one is to approach the witness table unless you're invited to testify. If you would like to sign up to testify in person and have not done so already, you can do so by filling out a slip located at the table in the back with the Sergeant-at-Arms. And additionally, if you have any questions or concerns during this hearing, you can ask one of the Sergeant-at-Arms and we will address your concerns. Chairs, we're ready to begin.
This hearing is called to order. Good morning. I am Councilmember Julie Won, chairing the Committee on Contracts. Thank you for joining us today for today's joint hearing with the Committee of Children and Youth with my co-chair, Althea Stevens, to examine the city's persistent challenges paying its human service providers on time. I'd like to thank representatives from the administration, members of the public, and my council colleagues, especially Speaker Adrienne Adams, for joining us today. Today's hearing is the latest in the series of Committee on Contracts, which has had over 3 years regarding late payment to city vendors. Today, we focus on serious financial strain that delayed payments impose on our human service providers. Data released by the Mayor's Office of Contract Services and the Comptroller's Office makes it clear that agencies charged with delivering critical services, including Department of Social Services, Department of Youth and Community Development, and the Department of Aging, are too often failing to meet their basic obligation, paying providers on time. These delays jeopardize the very services our communities depend on. Providers cannot sustain their operations, retain staff, or meet growing needs without timely and reliable funding. This is an urgent problem that demands immediate action. Late payments have serious consequences, not only for the providers themselves, but for the New Yorkers who rely on their services, many of whom are amongst the most vulnerable in our city. Nonprofit organizations have been forced to take on debt, reduce programs, and lay off staff because they are forced to wait years to be paid for the work that they have already completed on behalf of the city. Citywide, over $548 million is owed to nonprofit organizations, according to Human Service Council, as well as the Comptroller's latest report last night says $1 billion in invoices that have not been paid. In my district alone, over $23 million is owed to 20 local organizations. The current mayoral administration has pledged to improve the disastrously slow pace of payments for vendors for several years now, since the launch of Joint Task Force to get nonprofits paid in February 2022. We have been promised a series of reforms aimed at accelerating payments and easing the financial burden on vendors. MOCS and other agencies have testified multiple times about their efforts to meet the task force's goals and improve the city's procurement system. MOCS and other agencies have testified multiple times since then and on the work they have undertaken to achieve the Joint Task Force's goals and improve the procurement system. The Council passed 3 bills to accelerate payments and provide more transparency into delays. But press reports and newly released city data show that progress has been sluggish. A recent Comptroller's report on nonprofit payments, aptly titled "Caught in the Slow Lane," captures the current state of reforms. So today, we ask the administration to account for the continued delays and frustrations in fixing the procurement system and paying for human services despite several years of attention. We will also hear 3 bills in this hearing, including intro number 1247, sponsored by Speaker Adams, as well as Councilmember Stevens, Brannon, Lewis, and myself, which would advance 80% of a payment voucher to nonprofit vendors as soon as their contracts are registered, and intro 1248, sponsored by Speaker Adams, as well as Councilmember Brannon, Stevens, and myself, which would create a new agency, the Department of Contract Services, which will centralize and strengthen oversight in our city's contracting and procurement processes. And intro 1249, sponsored by Councilmember Brannon, Stephen, Lewis, and myself, would require agencies with a high rate of delayed contract registrations to submit corrective action plans identifying causes of the delays and outlining solutions. Before I conclude, I would like to thank the council staff for their work in this hearing, Contract Committee staff, Senior Legislative Counsel Chris Santori, as well as Policy Analyst Alex Yablon, as well as my Chief of Staff Nick Golota, my Legislative and Budget Director Nelly Martinez. Thanks to all those working behind the scenes, including the Sergeant of Arms, for working to make this hearing run smoothly. And I will now turn it over to our co-chair, Councilmember Althea Stevens. Actually, we're going to turn it to Speaker Adrienne Adams for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chair Wan. Thank you, Chair Stevens. And good morning, everyone. I am New York City Council Speaker Adrienne Adams, and I indeed thank my colleagues, Councilmember Julie Won, Chair of the Committee on Contracts, and Councilmember Althea Stevens, Chair of Committee on Children and Youth, for chairing today's very important hearing on how our city can address the longstanding challenges facing nonprofit service providers that threaten their survival and put the critical human services New Yorkers that rely on at risk. For as long as I have been a public servant, the issue of the city's inability to simply pay its nonprofit contract vendors on time has been a major problem. The fact that these challenges not only persist, but have worsened in recent years underscores the urgent need for reform. My colleagues have eloquently made the case for why this situation is so untenable, specifically for human service providers. The harm resulting from late payments ultimately threatens everyday New Yorkers who rely on our child care centers, our after-school programs, our arts program, community health centers, our emergency food programs, our senior centers, and the list goes on and on and on. It also impacts the nonprofit sector and human service workers who power our city. The majority of this workforce is comprised of women and people of color, and their ability to survive and thrive is on the line. Our workers make sacrifices to support their fellow New Yorkers, and they should not be left wondering whether their jobs are under threat. Under this council, we have committed to resolving these problems, holding hearings every year, and passing various pieces of legislation, including Local Law 169 of 2023, which mandated a comprehensive study on the time required to complete the city's procurement process for human service contracts. We also passed Local Law 31 of 2024, which created a secure electronic document vault for procurement-related documents to reduce duplicative paperwork, and Local Law 105 of 2024, which requires city agencies to provide contractors with a written explanation when denying approval of a subcontractor upon their request. When my term as Speaker began, I had hoped that we would have a committed partner in the mayor's administration with the Joint Task Force to get nonprofits paid starting February 2022. Despite the task force's recognition of challenges and a stated commitment to address them, we've not seen enough meaningful improvement from this administration. In fact, a report this year by the Comptroller's Office noted that in the most recent fiscal year, 9 in 10 contracts with nonprofits were registered late, with almost 40% of human services contracts not being registered for more than 1 year. What this means is that organizations reliant on city funding have no certainty as to when or if they'll receive the necessary funds to pay staff and keep their lights on, even though they've already fulfilled their responsibilities and provided services. That's why this issue was a focus in my State of the City address this year. The status quo is putting organizations that New Yorkers rely on at risk. For the health and stability of our city and residents, we cannot allow this to continue without reforms. Today, the Council will focus on several legislative proposals that will help alleviate this crisis. Introduction 1247, for which I am the lead sponsor, would require the Procurement Policy Board to adopt rules requiring the immediate disbursement of 80% of a fiscal year's contract funds for contracts with nonprofits once the contract is registered by the Comptroller. And for multi-year contracts, the required disbursement would take place at the start of each subsequent fiscal year. It would also require that a process be set up to recover funds for when a contracting agency doesn't receive the agreed-upon goods or services from a vendor. Another bill that I sponsor, Introduction 1248, would create a new Department of Contract Services, which would be responsible for the duties of the City Chief Procurement Officer. The department would be responsible for coordinating and overseeing the contracting functions of mayoral agencies, such as the provision of procurement guidance, the maintenance of computerized city procurement and contracting systems, and the promotion of awareness and understanding among the public of city contracting opportunities. Centralizing these contract functions in one city agency can help us better operationalize these critical processes. We're also reviewing Introduction 1249, which will require city agencies with large amounts of late contracts to submit corrective action plans each year, laying out the causes of the delays and how to minimize them in the future. Thank you to my colleagues who continue to conduct oversight and put forward smart solutions so that we can achieve progress on this issue. I believe the reform policies we examine today can result in significant improvements to how the city provides essential human services. New Yorkers who rely on these services and the providers who do so much to uplift our communities deserve our city's full support, and that is what the council will deliver. Thank you very much, and with that, I turn it back over to our chairs, One and Stevens.
Good morning, and welcome to today's hearing on examining late payments for human service providers. I'm Althea Stevens, Chair of Children and Youth Services Committee. Even before, one, I want to say congratulations, even before I get started, because the providers showed up and showed out today. Don't think because I wasn't there, I didn't know what was going on. So know my heart that I was there with you guys in spirit. To see you guys continuously show up to fight for what you believe and deserve is super important. And so I feel like a proud mama because you guys did that today. And it's important to continue to show you your united power. My really good friend Maria Lozada texted me while I was on my way here to just say that she's full with contentment because just thinking about how 10 years ago we were on those steps and it'll be like 10 of us. And now to see that you guys are all coming together and being united around something that is extremely important, I couldn't be more proud of the work that you guys continuously do. So thank you. So appreciate you and keep up the work and do not take your foot off the pedal until we get our money. We're convening this hearing at this time for city nonprofit sector and being a stretch to a breaking point. Today's discussion center on a long-standing but worsening crisis that persists and systematically delays in payments on nonprofit providers by the city. Let's be clear, nonprofit organizations are not an optional extra in our social safety net. They operate our homeless shelters, deliver meals to our older adults, support our youth and after school, and help family access food, housing, and legal assistance. Yet time and time again, the providers are forced to front costs, waiting months or even years for reimbursement, and struggle to keep their doors open while doing the critical work the city has asked them, I'm gonna say that again, has asked them and contracted them to do. The Department of Social Services, which include the Human Services Administration, the Department of Homeless Services, is one of the largest contracting agencies in the city. In fiscal 2024, HRA submitted nearly 300 contracts worth $1.1 billion. DSH alone is responsible for nearly 20% of the city procurement value, largely due to the growing demand for emergency shelter services. And yet DHS providers are reimbursed only when they have incurred significant costs, routinely reported by delays in payments that undermine the ability to provide consistent, high-quality service. At the Department of Youth and Community Development, delays are just as dire. DYCD oversees the largest human service procurement portfolio in the city. Last year, over 1,600 of their contracts were submitted late, more than any other agency with a total value exceeding $1.3 billion. Meanwhile, providers are continuing to operate with outdated contracts, like those of the Compass and Sonic After School, which haven't seen rates in decades. Although we had an announcement yesterday, which is a convenient timing for this hearing. And also, yes, we're getting an RFP, but why wasn't this done in January when we asked for it? Why would we have this being rolled out during the busiest time of the year for providers when they're running summer camp and trying to gear up for the next school year? This is unacceptable. So thanks for the announcement, but we're sick of announcements. We're actually here to do the work, and this actually puts a strain not only on the providers, but also DYCD, and it's unacceptable. So thank you for giving us what we asked for 6 months late when we could have actually done this adequately. Instead of supporting growth and innovation, we're asking providers to do more with less, and they're forced to cut staff, lower salaries, or close programs. The Department of Aging is no exception. Nearly 90% of DFDA's contracts in FY 2024 were registered retroactively. Organizations serving older New Yorkers face unique challenges from written reporting requirements to delayed reimbursement. According to the Human Service Council, there's a substantial risk for doing business with DIFTA today, a demanding assessment for an agency tasked with caring for our city's elders. All of this points a deep, troubling picture. When a city fails to pay nonprofits on time, it doesn't just violate the contract, it violates the trust of our partners, and more importantly, put New Yorkers at risk. These delays are not just an administrative inconvenience, they are a threat to services continuous, workforce, stability, and community well-being. The city has taken steps like the work of the task force to get nonprofits paid on time, but we know this is not enough. Today, we need answers, we need transparency, and we need a real plan to reform this broken system. To the agencies representing and joining us today, we appreciate your service, but we're looking for more than just explanations. We're looking for solutions that will ensure that nonprofits are paid fairly, promptly, and substantially for the vital work that they do for the city. And I will say it again, I've said it time and time again, we are thought partners, and it's unacceptable that we have to have this conversation at a hearing when I've said time and time again, I'm just as much of an expert as the people sitting at this dais, and it's unfortunate that we have to have this conversation here, and we couldn't come up with solutions because these people couldn't get paid for years. We're talking about going into the summer where nonprofits still haven't been paid for Summer Rising from last year. This is unacceptable, and we look forward to having a fruitful dialogue.
Thank you so much, Chair Stevens. I want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Lee and Councilmember Julie Menon.
And nurse.
Oh, and Councilmember Nurse. Now I'm going to pass it over to our general counsel, our committee counsel, to swear in our testimony.
Thank you, Chair. Would the members of the administration please raise your right hand if you're able? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before these committees and respond honestly to council member questions? Okay. Thank you. Please begin when ready. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello. Good morning, Speaker Adams, Chairs Wan, Chair Stevens, members of the Contracts Committee, members of the Committee on Children and Youth, and all other council members who have joined us this morning. Thank you for convening today's hearing and for your ongoing commitment to New York City's nonprofit providers who, in partnership with thousands of dedicated public servants across the administration, maintain our city's robust social safety net and deliver essential services to New Yorkers. I'm Michael Cedillo, Executive Director of the Mayor's Office of Nonprofit Services, affectionately known as MONS. I'm joined today by Director and City Chief Procurement Officer Kim Yu from the Mayor's Office of Contract Services, or MOCS, who will also be sharing testimony and leadership from DSS, UICD, and New York City Aging, all of whom are key partners in navigating and improving our city's contract and payment systems. I also want to begin by thanking Councilmember Farrah Lewis for her leadership as the prime sponsor of Local Law 164 of 2021, which established MONS. Her vision helped institutionalize a permanent city liaison to the nonprofit sector, one focused on streamlining contracting, simplifying bureaucracy, and ensuring nonprofits can access the support and resources they need. MONS exists to ensure that our nonprofit partners, who are the city's frontline service providers, receive the support they need to navigate our complex contracting system and, crucially, get paid on time for their vital work. Serving nonprofit providers is core to our mission. However, they are not the only stakeholder we focus on. Our other primary stakeholders are the thousands of public servants who, day in and day out, do the often thankless work of helping providers navigate through bureaucratic hurdles to get a contract registered and ultimately paid. While some may see bureaucracy as a bad word, I have the utmost respect for the civil servants that I've gotten to know since I started with the city nearly 10 years ago as a change management analyst at MOCS. Ultimately, our most important customer is New Yorkers. Any law, rule, policy, or budgetary action must first consider an essential question: is this what is best for the New Yorkers who rely on city services? With that lens, I and my colleagues look forward to the discussion today. And I want to also start by acknowledging the truth that this past year has been incredibly difficult for our nonprofit providers. Delays in payments and contract registrations paired with new technology and systems have tested the patience and solvency of even our most resilient providers. We recognize this reality and we're acting urgently to turn the tide. While payment delays to nonprofit providers have plagued our system for decades, the current crisis is the result of four converging issues. One, the transition to Passport, which decommissioned the legacy HHS accelerator system, brought over 15,000 contracts and 30,000 budgets into a new platform. Providers and agencies alike have had to adapt to a new way of processing the nearly $20 billion in human services contracting. Essential investments, like the $741 million human services cost of living adjustment, introduced new budget modifications and contract amendments into an already stressed system. After being on the front lines of COVID and the asylum seeker crisis, nonprofit providers and city staff have been stretched thin, and fiscal issues require the city to implement a hiring freeze even as contracting volume rose at certain agencies. And a culture of risk aversion, where public servants have to have audits hanging over their heads. I think this can limit creative solutions that allow them to provide our nonprofits the customer service that they deserve. However, there are reasons for optimism. Since the successful Clear the Backlog initiative in the first months of the Adams administration, we have made significant strides to reduce bottlenecks, hack through bureaucracy, and get nonprofits paid. Yesterday, Mayor Adams also announced that for the first time in city history, nonprofit providers will receive over $5 billion in advance payments in fiscal year 2026, an unprecedented amount, which is up from $2.8 billion in initial advances issued this fiscal year. Earlier this fiscal year, OMB exempted from the hiring freeze agency positions that are involved in human service contracting. To date, over 183 positions have been unlocked, which is 90% of all positions sent to OMB for exemption. And last year, after years of advocacy from leaders in the nonprofit sector, the administration announced a $741 million cost of living adjustment for human service workers. 2 years ago, we worked with our partners in the City Council and Comptroller's Office to establish the multi-year vehicle for discretionary contracts. This dropped the average time to process discretionary contracts making use of this reform from 366 days in FY24 to just 46 days in FY25, a nearly 90% reduction, slashing nearly 11 months of delays. We would love to be even more bold in this space by giving agencies the ability to process these council-designated contracts as grants, and we're excited by the renewed interest from our partners in the council about this reform. Through MOX and the Fund for the City of New York, the city offers an interest and service-free loan to human service providers contracting with the city. And in FY23, MOX implemented an allowance clause of 25% across human services contracts, which was meant to address the administrative burden of processing amendments for anticipated budgetary changes, such as the COLAs, indirect cost rate increases, and other funding initiatives. Agencies can use the allowance in lieu of an amendment, and as a result, non-extension amendment registration decreased by 67% after implementation of the allowance clause. MOX and other public servants have not let their foot off the gas, and over the past 6 months, MOX has led 2 sprints to address an invoice and retroactive contract backlog. And through these efforts, agencies unlocked $1 billion in outstanding invoices and over $700 million in retroactive contracts. And in December, MOX also issued a partial payment directive to agencies to get payments out faster, indicating that payments on approved portions of invoices can occur and disputes can be worked out separately. And just last month, MOX and OMB issued another directive to make clear to agencies that the city will honor accepted ICR rates, a common concern we hear from nonprofit providers. Deputy Mayor Almanzar convenes a weekly meeting called Nonprofit Focus, or Facilitating On-Time Contracting and Urgent Solutions, with City Hall leadership to discuss and move forward bold policy solutions. We also issued Executive Order 47 that created the role of chief nonprofit officers at agencies with HHS contracts. CNOs attend regular convenings with us where we present dashboards showing how long payments are taking and how providers perceive their service. They are then charged with using the data to inform an action plan to improve processing times at their respective agencies. Everything is on the table for us, and we will explore any avenue that responsibly gets nonprofits paid and makes it easier for New Yorkers to receive the services they rely upon. We ask that our partners at the Council and Comptroller's Office provide us with additional flexibility and support as we push through bold solutions. Thank you for calling this hearing today. We look forward to discussing the bills that have been introduced. Introduction 1247 would require the Procurement Policy Board to promulgate rules requiring the immediate disbursement of 80% of a fiscal year's contract funds for agency contracts with nonprofit organizations upon registration by the Comptroller and establish a process to recover funds. We understand this is a unique moment to support nonprofits, which is why we rolled out an unprecedented level of advances for our providers. As the bill is currently written, we see significant operational and fiscal concerns and look forward to further discussion. Introduction 1249 would require city agencies to submit annual reports on contract registration for the previous fiscal year. An agency would be required to submit a corrective action plan by January 1st if it meets specific criteria with respect to late registered contracts. These plans would analyze the cause of delays, specify improvements, and set implementation timelines and performance targets. We're committed to improving how nonprofits experience contract registration across all agencies and agree with the spirit of the bill. That is why we've worked with all agency chief nonprofit officers to create action plans based on their agency's quantitative and qualitative data, and we look forward to discussing the bill more. Speaker Adams, Chairs Wan and Stevens, members of the committees, nonprofits cannot do their jobs if the city doesn't do ours. Our partners are delivering shelter, food, mental health support, legal aid, and more, and they need us to deliver in turn. We're making progress, but we're not done. My office is committed to sustain performance improvement, systemic reform, and culture change. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to your questions, and I'll now pass it to Director Kim Yu from MOX, who will share more details.
Thank you, Executive Director Cedillo. Good morning. Good morning, Speaker Adams, Chair Wan, Chair Stevens, and members of the Contracts Committee and the Committee on Children and Youth, and all the other members in attendance. My name is Kim Yu, and I serve as the Director of the Mayor's Office of Contract Services, MOX, and the city's Chief Procurement Officer. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss the legislation presented today and speak with you about an issue that is not only critical to the strength of our nonprofit sector, but also to the health and equity of our city. I want to begin by thanking Mayor Adams for this appointment and the City Hall leadership for the trust that they have placed in me. Today marks my third day in this role, and I recognize the deep responsibility that comes with it. I stand on the shoulders of the leaders who came before me. My predecessor, there's no one else like her, Lisa Flores, Victor Olds, Dan Simon, Michael O, Lisette Camillo, Andrea Glick, Marla Simpson, and Claude Millman, each of whom contributed to building and strengthening this agency. I'm committed to leading MOX into the next chapter. Let me be clear, there are no quick fixes to the challenges we face. This is complex, demanding work, but I'm ready to roll up my sleeves and do the work, side by side with our dedicated public servants, our nonprofit providers, and all the stakeholders, including the City Council, to ensure a contracting system that is more efficient, transparent, and equitable for all New Yorkers. New York City relies on thousands of nonprofit providers to deliver essential human services, from housing support and mental health care, to after-school programs and workforce training. These organizations are on the front lines, providing vital services to our communities, particularly in our most underserved neighborhoods. It is our responsibility as a city to ensure they are paid promptly and fairly for their work. While MOX operates with a relatively small budget, our responsibilities span the entire contracting process for the city. We've been charged with both providing traditional oversight on the city's procurement process and also help facilitating that process. To successfully act on these responsibilities, MOX continues to stand on its three pillars: people, procurement reform, and technology. Through this approach, we've been able to successfully carry out our role in the procurement ecosystem, overseeing procurement reform efforts, managing and making improvements to our end-to-end digital procurement system, Passport, and ensuring our agency partners follow fair, competitive, and inclusive practices. In fiscal year 2024, the City of New York awarded over $34 billion in city contracts for goods, services, and construction. Of that $34 billion, human services accounted for 58% at nearly $20 billion. The numbers make it clear that our human services sector continues to be the cornerstone of the city's procurement system, and their partnership is instrumental to the vitality of this city and its people. Despite these contributions from the sector and the vital role nonprofits play in the fabric of our city, they continue to face challenges getting paid on time. We wholeheartedly understand the frustration and the hardship that these challenges can cause. Whether it's the executive director trying to make payroll, a caseworker using their own funds to buy supplies, or a counselor trying to balance their own needs with the uncertainty of cash flow, we empathize. Throughout this administration, Mayor Eric Adams has announced numerous reforms to streamline processes, increase transparency, and support the sector. First, the city boosted pay for 80,000 human service workers with a $741 million cost of living adjustment. With the human service workforce overwhelmingly female at 66% and 40% women of color, this investment represented a critical step towards delivering pay equity across race and gender for this workforce. Second, multi-year discretionary contracting reforms. These reforms enable providers to access funds nearly a year earlier than before. Third, joint task force recommendations. Progress includes expanding access to interest-free loans through the Returnable Grant Fund, allowance clauses to reduce amendments for routine changes, and simplifying document management. Fourth, on the legislative front, the city advocated successfully for changes to contract public hearings, which will shave approximately 20 days off of the procurement process for most city contracts. And five, allowance clause to reduce the burden of amendments. All these efforts will allow nonprofits to focus more on delivering essential services and less on keeping their operations afloat. Further, MOX launched a series of directives to address the concerns raised by this council and the nonprofit sector. In addition to the partial payments and the advances directives mentioned by Executive Director Michael Cedillo, MOX, through the support of the agency partners like the Mayor's Office of Risk Management and Compliance, the Mayor's Office of Nonprofit Services, and the members of the Vendor Compliance Cabinet, launched the Human Services Disclosure Reform. These reforms will be instrumental in reducing the administrative burden on community-based organizations while increasing transparency and compliance, all of which will reduce delays in the contracting process. MOX, as directed by Council in Local Law 169, also issued a report in 2024 that aims to address the lack of transparency that providers face during the procurement process by putting forth realistic timelines for each step of the procurement process and Passport. We are interested in discussing with Council after this hearing feedback as we work with the Comptroller's Office to develop new procurement policy board rules. The collaboration between MOX and MONS has also played a key role in driving other reforms that Executive Director Michael Cedillo mentioned in his testimony. By closely coordinating efforts, we've embraced a shared vision to remove unnecessary obstacles and ensure that nonprofit providers are paid promptly and reliably. While the reforms we're advancing involve systems, policies, and data, at the core, they reflect something deeper: a commitment to honoring the essential role that nonprofits play in the life of this city. In close coordination with MONS and City Hall, MOX launched a multi-phase backlog initiative focused on both aged invoices and unregistered contracts. The first phase of the backlog cleared $1 billion in outstanding payments from 3,700 delayed invoices in 3 months at the end of 2024. We recently wrapped up an 8-week contract backlog phase, unlocking over $700 million in retroactive backlog contracts for nonprofit organizations. Since the start of the administration in January 2022, the contract backlog has gone down by $5.5 billion. While this is encouraging progress, we are committed to chipping away at the remaining $5.8 billion contract backlog and to using programs like the annual Timely Registration Initiative to prevent a new backlog. As the newly appointed director of MOX, I am affirming MOX's commitment to exploring impactful tools and reforms to address the challenges of city procurement and the vendor community. MOX is actively exploring through multiple avenues, from collaboration with this council to discussion with agency partners to dialogue with the Charter Revision Commission, changes that will contribute to solutions to these very difficult problems. This is in conjunction with the dedicated of MOX staff to closely examine and re-engineer the procurement and invoicing processes. including developing potential pilots for things like discretionary contracts and risk analysis to enable these improvements, while just as importantly protecting the money provided by taxpayers. I appreciate the council's proposal to acknowledge MOCS in the charter. We are reviewing the legislation for structural issues that may make this proposal more suitable for the Charter Revision Commission. It is our understanding that both Charter Revision Commissions are considering changes related to MOCS, and we look forward to working with all interested parties to best meet our shared goals. Notwithstanding, I'd like to assure the council that the goals of the proposed legislation are part of the vision. In the short term, both passport service response time and reporting on aged invoices are the immediate goals that the MOCS team and I will be tackling in the weeks ahead. With these two KPIs, MOCS will be better positioned to equip all those within the city contracting ecosystem with improved decision-making and increased accountability. Additionally, earlier this calendar year, MOCS updated Passport to allow agencies to launch budgets for the upcoming fiscal year beginning February 1st. This change was based on feedback we received from agencies and brings the Passport budget process in line with the previous timeline of the beloved legacy system, HHS Accelerator. MOCS rolled out this change in hopes of alleviating some of the pressure both agencies and providers experience at the end of the fiscal year. We are tracking on the progress of the change weekly. In closing, I would like to thank Speaker Adams, Chairs Wan and Stevens, and the committees on contracts and children and youth for this continued partnership. While there's still important work ahead, the progress we've made together continues to exemplify our shared commitment to equity, transparency, and accountability. Along with my colleagues, we are now happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I also want to acknowledge that we have been joined by Councilmember Rita Joseph and Councilmember Eric Botcher and Councilmember Chiosei online. I'm now going to pass it over to Speaker Adrian Adams to ask the first set of questions.
Thank you, Chair Wan, and welcome again to our entire panel. Director Yu, sorry, that's all I can say. But we welcome you and we thank you for your testimony today. I've got just a few questions. I'm sure that Councilmember Stevens will deal with the administration's reforms. I'm sure she's going to deal with that, so I'm going to leave that alone. Introduction 1247 would require the Procurement Policy Board to promulgate rules requiring the disbursement of 80% of a fiscal year's contract funds with nonprofit organizations upon registration by the comptroller. What percentage of your agency's contracts typically experience significant delays in initial payment following registration by the comptroller? And we know there is a lag, so what do you think causes those lags?
I'll jump in. Thank you so much for the question, Speaker, and thank you for the introduction of the bill. I think one thing we just want to make sure to communicate on the bill, advances, as I think we all know, are not a silver bullet. There is no silver bullet here. We do think that exorbitant advance rates are really put a number of actors in jeopardy. Most importantly, the New Yorkers relying on the services. And so I think we just want to make sure we're thoughtful about that. And I think given the announcement we made yesterday about an unprecedented level of advances, we're really trying to meet the moment with the pain that nonprofit providers have felt over the previous year. But ultimately, our end goal is to ensure that New Yorkers are receiving the services, and I think that's the invoicing schema that we have here is really built to be able to ensure that the services were delivered.
And if I could, just to provide some data, to provide a snapshot on how the city has been utilizing advances, I'll start reverse chronologically. So, as of fiscal year 2025, advances, we did this data capture at the end of March. The administration advanced over $3.1 billion in advance payments. And in addition to that, for fiscal year 2024, at MOCS's direction, there's a mid-year quote-unquote migration advance. There was a $1.85 billion in fiscal year 2024 advances. The transactions on those are upwards of 2,200. They'd gone out to the sector by December 20th, 2023. So as part of the mid-year migration advances, there's an additional $673 million that was released April 2024, excuse me. All to say that we recognize that advances are a significant tool to get cash out the door. But I will also take the opportunity that advances need to be coupled with recoupment and encouraging providers to invoice. But it is one of the many tools in the toolbox to make sure that timely payment is provided to our providers.
But do you have a figure on the delays, the percentage of delays that are experienced in initial payment following the registration by the comptroller? If no, just...
Thank you. I don't know that we have data on that, but I mean, I will note that the policy in the past, which is relatively new, is 25% advance at the start of the contract term. So it's meant to go out immediately to provide that upfront cash flow to folks without an invoice or even services rendered, perhaps. So it is really the tool to give that upfront capital so that programs and services can start until we get on a regular invoicing path. So there ought not be too much of a delay, but we can absolutely get back to you ASAP on that.
Okay. How do you think this proposed legislation would impact your agency's internal cash flow and budgeting practices?
Thank you for the question, Speaker. I think one thing to think about is that we don't always see a provider spend the full budgeted amount. In some cases, there are some agencies that, their providers spend under 60%, under 50% of their contracted budget. So I think in addition to any cash flow considerations, and then you add on to that the considerations of federal funding, state funding that comes at different periods of the fiscal year, we also just want to think through about, well, what is the average amount of funds that are actually spent on the contracted budget, such that we don't put our nonprofit providers in a situation where they have to claw back funds.
I hear you, and we've heard that also, but I don't think that that is nearly as close to those that don't actually get paid. So do you have any kind of inclination, and can you do a little compare and contrast as far as those agencies that don't necessarily draw down the funds compared to those agencies that don't get paid at all?
Well, we certainly work with agencies every day and show them data as to where there might be bottlenecks in the process. And, it's not as simple as just contract backlogs or, backlog budget modifications or backlogged invoices. It's really the whole process. And of course, it is a dance that our public servants do with our nonprofit providers. And so, as Director Yu mentioned, a lot of the work of public servants at agencies is to work with nonprofit providers after having advanced the funds to ensure that there's a regular invoice process and a recoupment process to get the funds back.
Okay, I'm going to let, again, Councilmember Stevens is going to dig into that one, I'm sure. I'm going to move on. Are there any technical barriers to implementing immediate partial disbursements? I mean, we talked a little bit about Passport. We know that there are,
I would say, Speaker Adams, there are, just to scale back, really, we're guided by what makes sense for the, from a policy perspective, but I would say if the technical components, there are no immediate barriers as it relates to Passport.
Okay, all right, thank you. Do you anticipate needing additional staff or technical resources to manage this oversight, and if so, can you specify what roles or responsibilities would require additional capacity and why current staffing or systems are insufficient to meet the needs?
Thank you for the attention to this and lifting up this issue. As Executive Director Cedillo mentioned in his testimony, it has been a challenging time for the City of New York, for all of us. But I am pleased to announce that as part of the exec budget plan, MOX will be funded an additional 20 additional positions to support our Passport Help Desk. We will have enhanced contracted resources to handle our Passport Service Desk tickets. And we will see through some improved passport functionality related to processing financial transactions, including non-sequential transaction processing. We're appreciative of the administration for this investment in not just our organization, but for all that touch our organization, including the nonprofit providers.
Okay, thank you. As you both mentioned, yesterday the Adams administration announced that it will be advancing $5 billion to nonprofit organizations contracting with the city in fiscal year 2026, up from the $2.8 billion in the current fiscal year. How does the administration's initiative align with the goals of Intro 1247? And does the administration support codifying advanced payment practices through the Procurement Policy Board rules to ensure continuity across future administrations?
Thank you so much, Speaker Adams. I think again, what we are about is anything is on the table for us to get providers paid. The advance directive that will be forthcoming and that we announced yesterday is but one of the tools. I do, again, want to very much caution that it's not the silver bullet. It is not something that we took lightly. It is really an unprecedented moment, a unique moment for our nonprofit providers and the New Yorkers Receiving Services, given all of the noise externally. And so we thought it the right thing to do, but we don't think that is a standard practice that we want to subject agencies and nonprofit providers to moving forward.
And if I could, Speaker Adams,
Sure.
I want to take one step back from the advances and just really emphasize that the best way to pay contracts on time is to focus on on-time contract registration. And that's why MOX holds an annual initiative with all of our human service agencies to review the human services plan. They look ahead to see what the contracting needs are, and we try to hit the target of July 1st of the brand new fiscal year. And if I may, I just want to read off some stats as it relates to the fiscal year 2026 timeliness initiative that we are in the midst of at the very moment. So the human services plans show about 900 contract actions for this upcoming fiscal 2026 year. They represent 29% increase over the fiscal year 2025 actions. So 900 this year, 696 last year. So fiscal year 2026 is heavy on continuation actions, which includes the procurement method negotiated acquisition extensions, and it doubles the extensions, quadrupling from fiscal year 2025. The RFPs, requests for proposals, have dropped off about 27% from last year. And if I also could, just to highlight the administration's wins from prior fiscal years, as part of the fiscal year 2025 timeliness registration, when the plan showed 700 actions, let's see, we did 62% of contracts were submitted to the comptroller for registration by July 1st, 2024, and then by September 3rd, 2024, it was a 90% on-time registration. That is the best tool to ensure timely payment to providers. And for the most part, I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. Introduction 1248 would codify MOX as a department to reflect the importance and scope of the agency's jurisdiction over public contracts, which account for expenditures amounting to roughly 1/3 of the city's budget. The commissioner of the department would serve as the city chief procurement officer and be responsible for ensuring the department carries out the functions currently performed by MOX. We believe that codifying MOX as a department in the city charter will better set uniform practices in procurement, contracting, and payments, and assist the agency with performing oversight of mayoral agency procurement and contracting, while strengthening enforcement of applicable laws and policies. In addition to the powers and duties assigned to the commissioner in the bill, there are powers, duties, or functions, or are there powers, duties, or functions that the council should consider assigning to the commissioner or the agency in this bill?
Thank you, Speaker Adams, for this piece of legislation and introducing it. We are, as I mentioned in the testimony, we are so supportive of and appreciative of you shining a light on our organization and wanting to put it into the charter. I think substantively, we are aligned on the goals. We want to ensure that the city has consistent policies, standard practices, to ensure that our agency partners are given the best direction so that they can execute their tasks day to day with the overall goal of contract registration on time and timely payment to our providers. Having said all that, as I mentioned in the testimony, we really look forward to engaging offline with the council and the council's counsel and the law department on the structural issues as the bill is drafted.
Okay. As it's currently constituted, does MOX have adequate resources to conduct effective oversight over mayoral procurement and contracting?
Thank you for the question, Speaker Adams. I appreciate it so much. At the time, we are in active conversations with our Office of Management and Budget, and we review our staffing levels and our resource levels day to day. And also, in addition to that, beyond just our organization, with Deputy Mayor Anna Almanzar's leadership and Executive Director Cedillo's leadership, Mons and Mox released a workforce survey asking all of our city agencies, not just the human services ones, to take a look at their procurement shops, their contracting shops, their finance shops, and their legal shops so that we could really understand what the staffing levels are relative to their workload, how many transactions they're processing, what is the dollar amount they're processing. We are reviewing the results of that analysis, and that is helping us make decisions based upon what the data is showing us.
Okay, so we're not ready to share because you're still collecting that data, the additional resources that may be, needed. All right, thank you. Currently, the MOX director holds a number of titles created in rules of the Procurement Policy Board and in law. Primary among them is the City Chief Procurement Officer, but another example is the Director of Citywide Environmental Purchasing, created in local law. Others created in rules of the PPB include Director of the Office of Construction and the HHS Accelerator Director. What is the full list of titles or roles currently consolidated under the Director of MOX?
Speaker Adams, I appreciate that so much. I think some of that may be news to me, if I'm perfectly honest, as it is day 3, and I will certainly take that question back to my team, and I can report back to your team.
Okay, thank you. Introduction 1249 would require the agency to submit a formal corrective action plan for each retroactively registered contract. Would you support this level of transparency and accountability?
I'll jump in. Thank you so much, Speaker Adams. And totally agree in spirit with the bill of making sure that we have action plans. That's why we work with the chief nonprofit officers at all the agencies to develop action plans. You know, when we worked on the Clear the Backlog initiative in 2022, we really think the magic sauce there was having specific data that went up to the principals, both at the agency level and city hall level, and the attention and the, real specific data metrics and indicators are really what we think moved the needle significantly and unlocked over $6 billion worth of contracts there. And so we're doing that actively right now, and we're working with agencies to identify their quantitative and qualitative priorities for the upcoming quarter. And so I think, that is where we think the secret and magic sauce is and moving the needle here. But I would say one thing about the bill that, I would have questions about is how you're defining retroactive contracts. Now, as you all know, a significant portion, I think well over, 2/3 of our retroactive contracts and sometimes higher are discretionary contracts that we find out about at the start of the fiscal year. And so those are by definition retroactive, and so would that be fair to have an agency be subject to that and develop a corrective action plan when it's largely out of their hands, or some things that we'd want to think through?
Okay. Along with that, Executive Director, then what kinds of data or performance metrics does your agency already track related to retroactivity?
Great question. Thank you, Speaker Adams. A few things. So we look at the total contract backlog across the agencies and then agency by agency. We also look at invoices and those that have aged disproportionately high amounts of time. We look at budget modifications, cycle times there, and how long that is taking agency by agency. And then we also look at qualitative data because I think the sentiment of the sector is just as important here. You look at some of our agencies who have lower cycle times, and the sentiment from the sector is that they're really good partners and have a strong culture of customer service, and I think that's just as important. And so those are some of the things that we show our agency partners, and then I know Mox works with them daily, especially on the timely registration initiatives, to really provide that data service to them, to shine a light on where some of the bottlenecks are and where some of their interventions ought to be really focused.
Okay, good. So would the agency be able to easily incorporate that into required corrective action plans?
I think that they would probably rely on some of those pieces, certainly, but I do think that the gist of the action plan is significantly different and that it requires alignment across the organization and with City Hall principals. And again, I think that's really what's key here. So the action plans have to be developed by the chief nonprofit officers. They're the ones that are accountable for their agency's results and the sentiment with their agency partners. And then the agency head has to sign off on that, such that it is something that everyone across units, program, budget, fiscal, legal, is really aligned with and rowing in that same direction. Did you want to add anything?
Okay. So what role should oversight agencies like MOX or the Comptroller's Office play in reviewing or responding to agency corrective action plans?
Thank you so much for the question, Speaker Adams. I personally think the role that we would love our oversight partners is to provide us with the flexibility. Just recently, some new audits came to some of our agency partners, and so at the same time, Director, you and I are pushing agencies to go as fast as possible, and there's a cloud hanging over agency staff head, procurement staff head, public servants head, where they say, am I supposed to go as fast as possible and provide a customer service, or am I supposed to make sure every I is dotted in the most perfect way such that the payments get out the door? So, I think the flexibility, support, championing of our public servants across the administration, what I think, Director, you and I see is that the dance of building the social safety net is not just the nonprofit providers, although obviously they're key in delivering the services. We really see our public servants as maintaining that social safety net, and we try to make sure they understand that they're a part of it in a really significant way. And so we've made requests of, the Comptroller's Office, for example. Mox and former Director Flores has asked them, like they did in the 2022 backlog initiative, to allow agencies to send over contracting actions prior to the pre-processing period. That was denied, although they did it in 2022. Most recently, chief nonprofit officers and agency ACOs sent a direct letter to the Comptroller's Office, who have been great partners in the past, particularly, as I mentioned, the 2022 backlog initiative. That was not agreed to. So I think there are tools that we would really want to work on. So excited to work with you and your team literally tomorrow morning on exploring the idea of grant-like options for discretionary contracts. That is a game changer that I think Director, you and team have been really shouting from the rooftops, and we'd be happy to talk about how that would significantly reduce retroactive times and put our public servants in a position to do their work better.
Okay, I thank you again for your testimony today. Our goal here is to resolve this issue. We've been in this issue for years and years and years and years, and I hope that we have at least have a collaborative starting point so that we can take care of our nonprofits the way that they deserve to be taken care of. And with that, I turn it back over to our chairs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Speaker Adams. I want to follow up on some of the speaker's questions and some of your announcements. So the announcement yesterday was that city estimates advancing nonprofits over $5 billion in fiscal year 2026, up to $2.8 billion initial advances issued during fiscal year 25. So will the $5 billion advances that the mayor announced yesterday be a specific upfront percentage, or is it a dollar value? The $5 billion sounds like a lot, but the city contracts are $8 billion for human services contracts alone, not including others. So can you help us understand, since it wasn't part of the announcement?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Chair Wan. Really, our goal in working on this together and working with our partners at OMB and City Hall leadership was how much can we get out the door as quickly as possible, as responsibly as possible to ensure that services are still rendered. And so I think, it is difficult to do an across-the-board mandated percentage when you get above the 25% standard. And so we had to really soberly look at what was possible program by program, take into consideration agency feedback. And I think what we're confident in saying is that where we landed is as much as we could possibly and responsibly do for our providers and for our city agencies.
So you're saying that it's going to be different per agency?
It will probably be different across programs, and we will be announcing that very soon from a MOX directive and working with our agency partners in the coming days. And we'd be very happy to brief you all in partnership before perhaps it goes out to our providers to make sure that we have your support from a messaging standpoint. But yes, I think it's safe to say as comfortably as we could go, as high as we could go everywhere, and we're confident in saying that everyone's going to get more than they got this last year.
Okay, because I just want to point out two things. The advances only work in the contracts that are registered on time, so are they going to be registered? Are you going to register the human services contracts on time for July 1st?
Great question, Chair Wan. So you're right that it only happens when it's a contract that is registered. It doesn't mean, though, that if it's not registered on July 1st that they won't get the advance when the contract is registered. If it's registered July 5th, August 1st, that contract will get the advance that we agreed upon, so that upfront funding will come as soon as that happens. And I think with the work MOX is doing on their timeliness initiative work, that will be very key to making sure that we start the fiscal year off as healthy as possible. And the other thing I'll point out, just as the speaker mentioned in the proposed legislation, when there are multi-year contracts, so contracts that have already previously been registered, we don't need to go through a re-registration process. That contract is registered at the start of the fiscal year, they'll get the advance amount.
So for the contracts to be registered on time to get them in advance, how are you going to ensure that registrations are happening on time, especially all the agencies that are here we would like to hear from as well?
Thank you, Chair Wan, so much for the question. As mentioned earlier, the timeliness initiative is something that the city has performed for some time now. We've performed it every single year as part of this administration, and we will continue to perform it this year, and have all intents to perform it next year. So just to take a step back, under the PPB, the Procurement Policy Board rules, we ask the human service agencies to forecast out and think through what human service contracts they are going to be needing in the upcoming fiscal year. We collect those lists and we post them on our website. And that set of contracts, those are our goals. That's what we aim to work towards in the upcoming fiscal year. So when we start this at different times of the year, but this year we started it in January to hit a July 1st target. So we take those human service plans that, as I mentioned before, are 900 in count, and we work with each of the human service agencies to track, this is what you projected out, how are you doing? What is the status? Have you kicked off your contract in Passport? Have you engaged your vendor? Do you need something from your vendor? Do you need something from your oversight, law department, OMB, MOX? And with that, we target to hit 100% by July 1st. And as I mentioned, we were at 91% last fiscal year. And in between the start of the timeliness initiative and July 1st, and we track it till about the beginning or the end of September, we're really looking week by week with our agency partners how they're performing on that list of contracts that they started out earlier in the year that they were gonna try to work towards. The vast majority of the contracts are DYCD contracts, but I will say that the largest dollar amounts tend to be in the DHS agency portfolio.
Yep, that's why they're here. So we'd like to hear from you directly as well on what you're going to do to make sure that these contracts are registered on time.
Good morning. Michael Ognebenim, First Deputy Commissioner and Chief Operating Officer for New York City Department for the Aging. I'm happy to be here to discuss contracts. I will point out that NYC Aging does not fund any youth programs, but we were happy to see that there were a number of champions that support older adult services in the panel. We meet with our providers constantly. Our commissioner has a monthly meeting with all executive directors. Our chief program officer meets with all directors of all providers. We have information sessions. We follow procurement timelines. I've been around for 20-some years doing procurement, so we're well familiar with timelines, pre-proposal conferences. If we work with the providers to get the information into us on time, we are then successful with registrations.
So for contract stat that you were announcing again, can you help me understand, is contract stat going to be publicly viewable as well for the nonprofit providers? Because one of the biggest problems on Passport that people struggle with is that it is not user-friendly and it is impossible to know where a contract is being held up and what they're supposed to do.
Thank you so much for the question, Chair Wan. I would say, we firmly believe in transparency, and I'd invite Director Yu to add more about Passport Public, which is a pretty significant thing this administration has done to put a significant amount of data online and publicly available for the public. One thing I would say is, as I mentioned in my testimony, I really think of our two key stakeholders here, our nonprofit providers and our public servants. I'm a former first grade teacher. I do not believe public shaming actually works, and I would say the same for our city agencies as I would our nonprofit providers. I would not, for example, come up here and say, here are the nonprofit providers that are delinquent in their invoices and that we need to, recoup more funds from. Similarly, I just don't believe fundamentally that public shaming is the way in which we would get providers or city agencies to really meet the moment. Like I said, and Director Yu said, a lot of what they work on is publicly available, and I think that is a really proactive way you and our external partners should hold us accountable for meeting our goals. Anything to add?
Thank you, Michael. I would just add, so thank you for the plug for Passport Public. Our team is very proud of it. It does provide a lot of transparency, in particular for our vendors. It lists upcoming solicitation opportunities. It lists status of current solicitations, meaning when things are due, when there may be an expected award. In addition to Passport Public, the colleagues at Mox will always tell us that we have so much data because the city does so much contracting. But really harnessing that data and putting it into reporting tools so that it is easily digestible and you can actually do something with it is a challenge that we continue to face. And I'm pleased to announce that we are looking in this fiscal year, maybe in the fall of this year, we will roll out a set of vendor reports that are going to be externally facing. That will, the vision is that you log into Passport and you have a dashboard or a reporting tool that really is catered to you as the vendor. It pulls contracts you're already awarded and it displays that for you. It pulls solicitations that you've submitted to and that it displays it to you. In the future state, it also hopefully will give you a snapshot of you've submitted this invoice, it's been pending on the clock for this amount of days, or these are all your invoices that have been paid. We're going to see through that this calendar year, and I certainly believe, as Executive Director Cedillo has time and time gone back to, transparency and providing information that's actionable is really the principle that we're trying to chase.
So for Passport itself, you're saying for the user interface as a nonprofit provider, you're going to have improvements within this calendar year?
Yes.
On where you are on your status of your contract that you have submitted?
Yes.
For registration? Okay, we will look out for that. Do you know when this year?
We hope for the fall.
Okay, and contract stat is available for all of the agencies for them to see?
I'll defer to Executive Director Cedillo for contract stat.
That's correct, Chair Wan.
Okay, and contract stat is something that they can log on to themselves, or they have to wait for someone to provide them
So, great question. It's a service that our agency, our office provides to nonprofit providers. Mox does have a Power BI data field that we pull from, but we also have a staffer on our team who spent years at Mox, knows the system, and can pull data and really provides that service to agencies so that they're not spending too much time trying to run Excel, stat regressions, things I don't even know about, but my staffer does, and really helping them identify where those bottlenecks are. So all of them have the insight into it, and we make sure that principals, both at the agency level and city hall level, see that data as well.
Can we still hear from DYCD and I forget if it was DIFTA or DSS that testified, but on how you're going to make sure that you're registering contracts on time and paying invoices?
Sure, thank you for the question. My name is Jeremy Hallbridge. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of Administration at the Department of Youth and Community Development. Can you hear me? Great. First, I want to thank the support of Executive Director Cedillo and Director Yu and all the council members here today. We share your concerns. Commissioner Howard and I and all the staff at DYCD are working hard on a daily basis to make sure that not just contracts are registered on time, but payments are made on time. What we're doing is we have weekly meetings with Mox and their team to talk about the timely registration. We also have internal weekly meetings where we bring together our finance staff, procurement staff, legal staff, and others to ensure that we are hitting the targets that Mox has laid out, that contracts are registered on time.
Good morning. My name is Diane Mamet. I'm the Executive Director for Nonprofit Engagement and Chief Nonprofit Officer at DSS. Thank you, Chairman Wan, for your question. So much like our colleagues, we do appreciate both the Mox and Mon support, both in providing the data to us regarding outstanding actions. We also convene weekly meetings with our internal staff to ensure that everything that we can control, we are. And to that end, that we're also doing outreach with our nonprofits, right, for the things that we cannot control, which would be submission of documents, because our goal is the same as everyone else. We want your contracts registered on time so that we can make timely payments to you. So it really is engaging with our nonprofits to ensure that they have the tools that they need to submit what we need to make sure that we can register their contracts timely.
How many staff members do you have in your office to respond to all the incoming from nonprofits that are having payment delays?
It's a great question. So as our new Chief Nonprofit Officer, I do serve as a central point of contact for providers who need to escalate issues, or if they have challenges, I can connect them with other areas of the agency to ensure they have all the information that they need. But there are several touch points across the agency who not only work on contracting, but budgeting, as well as invoicing and programmatic things.
So right now you're the main point of contact for everyone to reach out to.
I'm one of the main contacts, yes, that was at the agency.
Okay, I just want to circle back. I'm a little confused to talk about advances at a dollar figure instead of a percentage. You're not investing in advances, so you're just getting nonprofits the money that's owed to them at a reasonable time. With the current advance policy, most nonprofit providers get a 25% advance, and there are very few who are exceptions. So to say $5 billion in advances, it seems a bit arbitrary. Can you say more about how this decision was made? And I know that you're saying that the percentage will be announced at a later time, but the nonprofit providers want to have more clarity.
Certainly. I thank you for the question, Chair. I understand that, and I would feel the same way if I were a nonprofit provider. I think, again, what nonprofit providers should understand is that we pushed as hard as we possibly could and got as high of a number as we responsibly could. And we'll be communicating that out very soon to our nonprofit providers. But everybody should understand they're going to get more upfront upon contract registration, or if it's a multi-year contract at the start of the fiscal year, than they have before.
Okay, we'll keep on following up. Yesterday's report from the Comptroller's Office said that there was $1 billion outstanding in payments for invoices, and in November 2024, the Human Services Council, which represents a number of nonprofit human service providers, released the result of a survey of its 170 member organizations. The survey found that 90% of respondents were owed money outstanding from payments from the city, totaling $365 million. 32% had experienced payment delays of at least 6 months, and 48% had taken out lines of credit worth a total of $87 million. According to the latest update this year, the total has now grown up to $548 million in late payments owed to nonprofit providers. Can Moxa Mons comment on the level of financial distress among human service providers due to late payments from the city?
I'll just start. Thank you so much, Chair Wan. I haven't had a chance to read the comptroller's report just yet, but looking forward to reading it. I would say, we are all very much aligned, and I'm very fortunate to have real alignment among all the leadership at City Hall that this is a dire and urgent situation, and everything is on the table. So, I mentioned the advanced directive. That is not the only thing we're doing, right? OMB, as we mentioned, has unlocked 183 positions across agencies, having exempted them from the hiring freeze. That's significant. The work that Mox has done, and I think Director Yu will chime in here in a minute, has done is really helping us get payments out the door. But it is something that we take very, very seriously and understand that it is our North Star to get folks paid as soon as humanly possible.
Thank you, Michael. If I could add, as Michael mentioned, we haven't had the opportunity to digest the Comptroller's report since it was just released last night. And we look forward to digging in as, this is our life's work. I really want to think through the methodology, their raw data, what they're capturing, and then how they're just using those things to draw their conclusions and their recommendations. Having said all that, and just pivoting back to the administration's work to keep the eye on the prize, so to speak, it is not lost on us that there are nonprofit providers in crisis, in distress, who really need some support. And there are a variety of tools that we've been deploying. And I'll start just, as I mentioned in the testimony, the Returnable Grant Fund. The Returnable Grant Fund is available to our nonprofit providers based upon a set of criteria that's pretty expansive. It was expanded not too long ago to include a third category that wasn't previously available. It is an interest-free loan, interest-free. It is at a tens of $million funding level, and we monitor that loan fund regularly. We have a small but mighty team at Mox who receives the applications for the loans once they've been vetted by the agencies, and we just look to see that there's going to be some collateral and that there's some leverage to repay the loan. But that is a significant tool that's available to the nonprofit providers if they are in need of cash.
$30 million is currently what's available in the Returnable Grant Fund. We are all about the idea of a Returnable Grant Fund, but we need to expand. What is the total value of applications submitted to providers, do you know? And how much has been granted up to date? And what plans does the city have to increase the available grant fund? Because $30 million for the $87 million of credit that people had to take out is not even half. And we're also getting reports from nonprofit providers on reports that providers are encountering extreme administrative barriers when applying for that funding itself. What steps is the city taking to reduce these barriers and ensure applications are processed smoothly and not kicked back?
Thank you for highlighting this. Maybe I'll turn it over to Michael just to start, and then I can
Sounds great.
some of the details.
Let's do that. Thank you so much, Chair Wan. I really do just want to make sure folks understand, because I think I actually, when I visit nonprofit providers, they oftentimes don't even know this fund exists. And I want to just make sure folks know, because it has been a lifeline to many, many nonprofit providers, interest and service-free loans. And that third category that Director Yu just talked about is huge. It was previously, as I understand, just for unregistered contracts. And so now they've expanded the use. And so people should think about that. The one thing I'll say is, if there is ever an issue or perception of administrative delays, or it's even stuck with the agency for whatever reason, please give them my information, and we will work with our partners at MOX and the chief nonprofit officers at the agencies to ensure that it is expeditiously reviewed. Now, we do want to be clear that sometimes providers will submit a loan application for example, something that is already an invoice in the system. For us, that's not an appropriate use of the loan fund, right? It would be just a much simpler, probably a faster process too, if they actually just get the invoice paid out. And that's why the partial payment directive that MOX did is so important, and the invoice backlog work they did just a couple months ago is so important as well. So anyways, if there are issues, please let me know directly, and myself and Director Yu will have our teams look into it immediately.
So going back to the question, what is the total value of applications submitted by providers, and how much of the $30 million has been granted to date?
So I have some rolled up numbers, if I may. So last 2 fiscal years, there was over $190 million dispersed. In this fiscal year already, there was $63 million dispersed. And for all those who are listening, I just want to list out the criteria for eligibility, and it's been expanded, as I mentioned. So nonprofits with registered contracts but funding release delays. That's the first one of the 4. The second one, nonprofits with future startup costs for emergency needs, the second of the 4. The third of the 4th, nonprofits contracting capital discretionary if also holding an expense contract. And then 4th, the last, for-profits delivering human services. And I also just wanted to highlight that there have been the changes to greatly reduce the administrative burden for obtaining these interest-free loans. Previously, the application was 7 pages. It's now 3 pages. Previously, there were over 60 fields for completion across the application. Currently, it's cut down to about 1/3. Previously, it was a Microsoft Word document or a PDF, but now it's been fully digitized to Adobe PDF, and it's web-friendly. And before, there was a limited outline of eligibility parameters on the application, but now it includes a full eligibility matrix and compliance conditions. And previously also, it was limited eligibility to outside in-progress nonprofit contracts. Currently, it's expanded eligibility for registered nonprofit contracts in human services for profits, as I previously mentioned. So this is just one tool in the toolbox, but it is a significant one. It is one that's available. And as you mentioned, there's $30 million in the fund right now. We do take a first come, first served basis, but we do also, with City Hall leadership, review what makes sense in terms of prioritization and program priority. And so the city does, it's available, and we encourage the use of the loan
Is there a conversation to expand the $30 million to a higher dollar amount?
The $30 million right now, is from our review of the performance and the utilization of it, a healthy amount.
Okay, and last question before I pass it over to our colleagues, since we're going over. For MOX, MONS, are you tracking the outstanding debt to contractors? If so, can MOX provide an annual total of outstanding debt to contractors with subtotals for nonprofit vendors and human service providers for the last 10 years?
You said MOX, excuse me?
Yeah.
I'll start real fast to say, for MONS, we do track, as I mentioned to Speaker Adams earlier, in contracts that invoice cycle time and those invoices that have disproportionately aged. We also provide on a monthly basis specific backlogs to agencies from a contract registration standpoint and an invoice and budget modification standpoint. So it is something that we offer to agencies on a regular basis.
So I'll just jump in and add, and we've been talking about this in different variations throughout this hearing, but as Michael mentioned, I want to just really drill down and hone in that through the backlog initiative, we unlocked over $1 billion in advances. In October of last year, MOX launched the backlog, the payment backlog initiative.
I just want to clarify. My question is about what is a total outstanding of debt to contractors? What is the total amount that the city owes?
Yes, and I think, just to sort of provide some more background and context, what we do in terms of the data and capturing the data, the only way that we could even do a backlog initiative is if we had the data and the reporting. And so with the data and the reporting, it enabled us to do this backlog.
Okay, so what is the total amount
the total-
outstanding?
The total amount, I would have to get back to you. But
Okay, can you make sure that within this hearing, your team gets that number for us? Because we sent these questions in advance, so we want to know the total outstanding to debt contractors and the subtotal for nonprofit vendors and human service providers from the last 10 years.
okay, so I will just sort of, we can certainly work on that if we're not able to provide it at the
Okay, we would like to have it within this hearing
Okay.
before
I
the
just-
testimonies are over. So I'm going to pass it over to Chair Stevens to ask the next set of questions.
Hello. And just to follow up with the question she was asking, I also would like to know, do you know how much the city owes on budget mods? Do you have that?
Thank you for the question, Chair. It's hard to say owed. It's hard to say owed, I think, with certainty, because the entire process of a budget modification is agency and nonprofit provider trying to align on what is owed. Nothing really stops a nonprofit provider from submitting a budget modification, and as good fiscal stewards, we have to ensure that that is in scope, and we have to ensure that that is money that the city does owe. So we certainly have the amount of budget modifications that are active across agencies, but the number tied to it is not an exact number that I think we would feel comfortable sharing. Anything to add?
So you just don't feel comfortable sharing? Okay, so a couple of things, because there's been a lot has been being said, and so my brain is like on 1,000. So, Mr. Cedillo, I've heard that you come with a lot of experience, folks like you, all the things, got good reviews from you. But that doesn't mean that we happy, because with all of that, no one has faith that this is gonna get done. Because we sit here time and time again, doing the same dance, having the same conversation, and doing all the things. We like the last executive director, she was great too. Still ain't pay the people. So with all that being said, it's just very frustrating to just be here and time again hear excuse after excuse after excuse. Like, this does not make sense. So, next question I have is, have you paid out COLA interest, have you paid out COLA and indirect rates to providers that are reporting, because providers are reporting that they're old years worth of indirect costs, and I'd like to know why payments has not been paid out, and why is it so slow for paying this money out?
Thank you so much, Chair Stevens, and thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that. I will just say, as I think Director Yu is going to add in, certainly appreciate that sentiment. I wake up every day very clear for this office that the North Star is getting nonprofits paid. This is not a ceremonial role for me. This is not congratulations to me, yay me, I'm an executive director. I am incredibly serious about this. I feel the pain. I visit nonprofit providers. I work alongside our public servants. I work from the city agencies regularly and make sure they understand our North Star. So I take the feedback, but this is incredibly personal to me, and I'm very privileged to be able to support the social safety net for New York. I would say—
I just want to say, I don't think that it's not personal for anyone here, but it doesn't matter because it's not happening. So, one, even today, you said that you would give us a briefing. I said at the start of this, I'm just as much of an expert as all of you guys. So maybe having us be a part of the conversation and the providers be in conversation so that we can actually get it done, because clearly you don't have the answers. And this is as the administration as a whole. And so, yes, you guys are trying to, everyone is working hard, and I'm not saying that. I know people are taking it as a priority, but it's still not being done. So clearly we need to do something different. So that is my response to that. Like, this is not saying, oh, no one's doing it. Yeah, great. But we have providers who are struggling. Literally, most of the agencies have multiple contracts with multiple agencies and old money, and that is part of the problem. We've already had agencies who are on the brink of losing their staff, on the brink of losing programming because we have not paid them, and this is unacceptable. I don't even like the language around that these are advances. These are not advances. You guys, stuff is being stuck in the process, and they're not getting paid money that they have already done the work for, because this is all done on reimbursement. And so, like, even the language pisses me off that we're saying, like, oh, we just made an announcement that we're going to give out advances for money that they are owed, that they already done the work for. So it's just very frustrating. And so You know, I know you take this personal, I take it personal. I come from nonprofit, I did this work for 20 years, so I also take it personal that I have to have providers call me directly for me to then call the administration to say, we need the money, because that's unacceptable. I have other things that I should be focused on and not calling you to say, hey, this person's contract isn't registered, where's the loophole at? And here's the thing, when I do that, I get a response, but I should not have to do that. So understand my frustration. I have a very needy district, so I should not have to call you about getting services that they need to do in my community because you guys aren't paying them. So that's my frustration.
Totally understood, Chair Stevens, and I appreciate your perspective and passion and expertise 100%. I'd be very happy to go with you in your district and meet some of your nonprofit providers.
I have a meeting every month for nonprofits. I believe it's coming up this week. You were invited, and I know that you couldn't come, but since you said it, hopefully you'll be at the next one. I'll make sure my staff gets you today, and hopefully you'll be there.
Sounds great. And you should definitely let providers know they can reach out to me directly, or, you know, one of the things that we did, of course, is Executive Order 47 that has the chief nonprofit officers at every agency. Any of your providers should know who those people are. They're listed
All
on
of my providers know this. They are contacting the agency, they are contacting you, and typically I am the last stop, and I get calls all the time. The amount of spreadsheets that I have to send and call when Lisa was here and everyone else to get stuff done is unacceptable. And so this isn't new. And again, you just got here. I've been here.
Totally understood. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
But could we go back to the question around the indirect costs?
Thank you, Councilmember Stevens. The passion is, you know, I respect it so much, and also just I appreciate we're all showing up as our full selves, our person, and our prior experience, and having you share that provides a level of insight and just contextualizes is all. And as Michael was saying about how this is his life's work, he has been an organizer, he's been a first grade teacher, just want to take a moment to share my personal background that I come from two immigrants. My father had a small business, and I can only imagine if my father was able to get a contract with the city of New York and then he wasn't able to be paid, what that would mean for him and our family. So that is not lost on us. But having said that, I wanted, if I could, Councilmember Stevens, I wanted to go back to Chair Wan's question about the overall backlog. And while I can't provide it for the 10 years, I can try to provide it for at least this current administration. And Councilmember Stevens, I will pivot also to address the indirect cost rate. And I will say that when, at January 2022, at the start of the administration, the overall backlog was $11.3 billion. March 2024, it was $12.7 billion. Not trending in the right direction, but okay, stay with me. November 2024, $9.1 billion. January of this year, $4.8 billion. And then April, this month, April 2025, $5.8 billion. And so we will see that there is fluctuations because procurement and contracting, as you are all aware, is cyclical. However, we went from double-digit billion-dollar backlog to now single-digit. And while, as I mentioned earlier, that does not take away, the numbers do not take away from the individual provider, the individual nonprofit's pain, and just sort of this sense of a broken promise, but we are trying to take a holistic approach and make some systematic improvements to the overall process.
Thank you. How much of the $5.8 billion that's currently outstanding is for nonprofit vendors and human service providers?
That slice I would have to get back to you.
Okay, if your team could look into it now, thank you.
I'm going to move into some questions to DSS. In FY 2024, HRA submitted 298 retroactive contracts totaling $2 billion. What were the primary deliverers behind the high volume of retroactive submitted, and what conceptual steps has HRA take to reduce its reliance on retroactive contracting going forward?
Thank you, Chair Stevens. So, as I had mentioned earlier, right, there are things that we can control and things that we cannot control. Our goal is to always have contracts registered on time. Sometimes procurements are dependent upon seasonality and when they're released, and then there's a number of actions that then follow, so there's a continuity of services. So we do take this very seriously. We are continuing to engage with our nonprofits to ensure that we have everything that we need so that we are able to register actions in a timely manner so that we're able to pay them in the same way.
So you don't have like steps that you guys are doing to like really like conceptual steps of like, okay, we see this issue, these are the things that we're trying to do. Or are you just saying you're taking it, nonprofit by nonprofit?
So there are a couple of different ways that we're looking at this.
And could you talk about them? Because I think it's like even very general. I would love to hear like what those steps are so that like people can have a better understanding and not like, oh, we're kind of, so if that would be helpful.
Absolutely, and I will start a little bit more broad and then can narrow down a little bit. So we do look at, year by year, the financial plan and what we're planning to put out for solicitations, right? All of that information is available. We're also engaging with our partners at MOX to ensure timely registration. So it's looking at what's coming up, always planning ahead, how long we're going to need, what kind of lead time to ensure that there's adequate timing to ensure that things are registered on time. And then from there, there's also more targeted approaches, right? We know that some nonprofits have more infrastructure than others, some might need a little bit more support. So there is both a broad look at things as well as an individualized so that we're ensuring that we're supporting all of our nonprofits in an appropriate manner.
In FY 2023, DHS submitted 49 emergency contracts totaling over $6 million. What oversight mechanisms does the agency have in place to monitor how those emergency contracts are being implemented and ensuring that providers are meeting the services and performance requirements outlined in their contracts? This is for DSS.
If I could, Councilmember Stevens, so the emergency contracting portfolio is a unique one. As Executive Director Cedillo mentioned at the top, the asylum seeker crisis that the city faced, the way that we were able to meet the needs of taking care of that population was done through emergency contracting. And as you know, under the PPB, the oversights that sign off on those emergency contracts include both the law department and the controller. There are probably some emergency contracts that are still sensitive in nature, that are, the program is live and ongoing. But with that framing, we're happy to engage maybe a bit more because I think maybe that was a little bit outside the scope of this particular hearing, so we're not best positioned to reply, but we're certainly happy to talk offline about that.
Okay. This was sent over before, correct? The questions were sent over before. Okay. Okay. The shelter population was nearly doubled in 2022 and 2024, placing a huge strain on the Department of Homeless Services. However, we understand that DHA staffing levels has not increased to match this demand. How many staff are currently assigned to manage and oversee DHS contracts?
If you don't mind, Chair, I'll just jump in real fast, just to make sure to remind, especially for the new council members who joined, that we were very proud to work with our partners at OMB to exempt human service contracting positions from the hiring freeze. And just want to make sure folks know that 183 positions over the past few months have been unlocked because of the situation and because of the unique moment we find ourselves in, which includes the agencies at this table as well, just for framing.
Thanks, Executive Director Cedillo. So staffing is always going to be an ongoing challenge at DSS and any agency. There's natural ebb and flow, both through attrition and other factors, as shared just now, that OMB has unlocked over 180 positions, and a percentage of those will be coming to DHS as well as DSS to support the work. The agency structure is unique and that contract management and oversight involve multiple departments, including budget, programs, ACO, and finance. Each of these teams play a critical role at different stages of the contract lifecycle, from development and approval to implementation and fiscal monitoring. So as such, there are several touch points across the agency. Due to this collaborative and integrated approach,
So if there's several touch points, could you go over how many staff and all of those who have the oversight?
I would need to get back to you with specific numbers of staff.
Could you guys work on that
Contract.
so we can get that through the end of the hearing? Because it was a simple question. And so if there's multiple touch points, then the question should just really be at this department, we have this many. At this department, it should have this many. So I'm not really sure why that question is so, you know.
Chair Stevens, I really, really appreciate the question. It's something we are really trying to work on. Director, you mentioned the workforce analysis that we're doing right now. That's not ready for our principals yet. And so once we finalize that analysis.
Well, the agencies should know how many people that they have on staff that are doing this work. And so it should be knowledge, and this isn't a trick question. Like, this is a very simple question. And so, like, I don't understand why you need to do a work analysis to know how many people you have in a department. If you ask me how many staff I have, I can tell you what they do and how they do it. And so that's not that hard. It's a huge agency. So it's not a trick question. So if you guys can work on that, that'll be great. It's just us trying to figure out, and even saying that you unlocked more roles, don't get me started, because it should have been unlocked, because they should have always had it open, but whatever, so we're not gonna go there. But they should clearly know how many staff they have working on these things, because that's part of the problem.
Yeah, Chair Stevens, I fully agree with you. We saw the survey analysis that came back. It was not as simple as we had thought, and it's, you know,
This is part of the problem why we're not paying people, because it is that simple and we're making it more difficult. So I'll move on as you guys figure it out, but like, it is really just that simple. It is not as difficult you guys are making it. It's a simple question. How many staff do you have working on these contracts? And if it's different points in different parts of the department, you should have that number. What is the average number of contractors or providers on each staff that is oh, you don't have that. So I'll ask that when you get back to us with the number. What percentage of DHS contract providers are currently experiencing delayed payments, and what is the average processing time for invoices submitted for reimbursement?
Thank you, Councilmember. So we remain committed to paying our nonprofit partners in a timely manner so that they can continue to provide vital services to New Yorkers. This is a very nuanced issue, and that it can be tied to an invoice that has not yet been submitted but not yet approved, a budget modification to reallocate funding within the fiscal year budget that impacts their ability to invoice, or even the approval of a subcontractor so that services can be invoiced for. What we have done and continue to do is to take a holistic approach to resolving any of the underlying barriers, as well as expedite payments on an emergency basis as needed. But that said, the average cycle time across the agency from invoice to payment is around 28 days.
I have some questions for DYCD, and I'll pass it to the colleagues, and I'll come back because I still have a few more questions. DYCD registered over 1,600 contracts retroactively in FY 2024, more than any other city agency. Can you detail the main cause of the contracting registration delays, particularly for those delays over a year? And what specific entail process changes in DYCD implemented to reduce the retroactive contract payments to providers?
I'll just jump in again, Chair. Just to mention that a significant portion, I think you'll hear this from Jeremy, a significant portion of our retroactive contracts, over 2/3 of our retroactive contracts are from discretionary contracts, which is a minuscule part of our overall budget, but is overall.
I know this. I've been the chair for 4 years, so I'm very aware.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Great. And I would just say that's why the multi-year vehicle we worked on in partnership with the council was so important, and
Well,
that's
you
why.
weren't here when I knew that wasn't going to do what you guys kept saying it was doing, so I'm aware of that as well.
Great.
Because this was something, a big announcement 4 years ago, and I was like, it's not going to do what we think it's going to do, so. But you can answer the question.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Stevens. Yes, a lot of those retroactive contracts are city council discretionary awards, as you know, and we've discussed before. But to your question of what are main causes of contract registration delays, it is various, right? It can be from pre-qualified list status being pending, from vendor documentation not yet currently available, financial audits, reports that are part of the registration process. missing insurance documents, et cetera, outside of just whether it is a discretionary or not. Those are some of the type of reasons for delays. Obviously, we are working as hard as we can to break through them by meeting with our providers on a regular basis, by working with you and all our funded providers so that they're aware of what they need as early as possible, and then can come back when working with us, with our chief nonprofit officer. We have a help desk that they can reach out to, both from our procurement shop and our fiscal shop, to really try and make sure that they can get paid on time.
One of the criticisms that I even got from the help desk is that, one, that every time they call, they're talking to someone else, and so it's been a little bit confusion around there. Can you talk to me a little bit about some of the issues around the help desk? Because they said that either they're getting a different person, and because a lot of the managers they're only there 3 days a week, they've been having some issues with consistency.
Thank you for the question, Chair Stevens. That's not something I've heard before, though it's not a surprise that with how we're structured, the help desk is designed to take in questions from anyone and everyone and respond as quickly as possible. We do not give out line staff direct information. We bring it in, we respond as we can. To your point about managers only being in, maybe in office 3 days a week, certainly, but they are working 5 days a week. And as Executive Director Cedillo mentioned, we recently got new headcount approved by OMB within the last month, and so we're actively working to bring those bodies on board and apply them across all of the units that are relevant.
Well, I'm definitely going to be on top of them, making sure you guys have additional staff from OMB, because there's, we had an announcement yesterday, so we need more bodies.
Yes.
So we're probably going to need more than what they approved already. So don't worry, I'm on it.
We appreciate your advocacy as always.
Because it doesn't make sense, because they just gave you guys tremendous amount of work to do over the summer when you're the busiest. So I'm on that. How does DYCD coordinate with MOX and the controllers to resolve procurement bottleneck?
Sure. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, we meet with MOX and the team on a weekly basis to go through both current actions, upcoming actions, and any bottlenecks, issues, or concerns, be it in Passport or with the procurement process. The Controller's Office is always available to us, and we reach out to them as necessary to try and move things along.
Councilmember Stevens, if I may, MOX, as the oversight of all of the mayoral agencies, the human service ones included, maintains a relationship with the Controller's Office because they do own a critical part of the contract registration process. They are the last stop. They're as you know, they're the only ones, as you've pointed out, with the 30-day clock. We are dependent upon them because they are our partners in this, while they do have a separate oversight responsibility overseeing the contracts and the procurements. One of the things that we do with all of our city agencies, here at MOX, we have agency representatives and liaisons to each of the agencies. And then also we have our MOX leadership engage with the Controller's Office on a regular basis to review contracting issues, including late registration. And one of the things that I mentioned in the testimony, one critical component that would greatly be appreciated from the Controller's Office is if they were to allow pre-processing and expand the window which the human service agencies could submit fiscal year 2026 contracts. Right now, we are tied to a date, I think it is sometime in May. If it were earlier in May, I think that would go a long way. So that's all to say that we closely coordinate with the Controller's Office, and while we respect and recognize they have a different role, we need their partnership in this as well.
So what conversations have you had with them to see if that's a possibility?
We have engaged, and I don't want to speak for Michael, but Michael has engaged as well, and we have asked them.
I'll just say it's a ask that we made in 2022, which they agreed to, and I believe Director Flores has made that request every single year since. And this year, Human Service ACOs sent directly, and we shared with council staff, finance staff as well. And so we'd greatly appreciate any support there.
Okay, we can do that. Sure. We'll reach out. I have one more question, and I'll pass it over to the committee, and I have more questions, so I'll come back. What support, if any, does DYCD offer to providers forced to take on loans or cut staff due to delayed payments?
Thank you, Chair Stevens. Great question. We understand that late registrations and payments create stress on our funded CBOs, and as Director Yu and Executive Director Cedillo have mentioned, the various administration initiatives to get providers their money on time. We are working and supporting them as well. In addition, we internally are working to improve our processes, right? To make sure that when we are reviewing budget mods, when we are reviewing invoices, that our providers understand what the process is, how it should work, and how we can potentially move those processes faster. I think another aspect of that support is, as Executive Director Cedillo said, the Chief Nonprofit Officer, that one point of contact for them to reach out. It isn't the only point of contact that they have. It's one of many. As I mentioned, we have a fiscal help desk and an ACO help desk to get that done. But that isn't all that we do. We don't wait for them to reach out to us. We're reaching out to them as regularly as possible to tell them about, here are trainings that Mox offers. Here are opportunities for us to explain to them what we're doing and how we're reviewing their budget mods and or invoice submissions, all with the idea of, as the concerns that you've all mentioned, of getting them paid as fast as possible. Last but not least, we have a large technical assistant and capacity building portfolio, something around $8 million, I believe, which offers support and services to our CBOs, ranging from organizational management to fundraising to any other opportunities that they have. And that's something that we, on a regular basis, reach out to our providers to say, this is there and we hope you use it.
I'll pass it to my colleagues.
Next, we're going to pass it to Councilmember Linda Lee to ask questions, and I also want to acknowledge Councilmember Brewer, who will be next.
Good morning, everyone. Just wanted to say thank you for joining us, and hello to all my nonprofit colleagues and leaders who are here doing the work day in, day out. Really appreciate all your efforts. And I share a lot of the frustration that Councilmember Stevens has, as I too come from the nonprofit sector, running a organization for many years. And I just have to say, in hearing your testimonies, it seems like there's a lot of acronyms and names, all of which I think we've all tried in the past, and it's being repackaged and put in a nice, pretty box. But, I remember being part of the NRC Nonprofit Resiliency Committee and just wondering, how much of that have you historically gone back to? Because there's a lot of this same conversations and recommendations and suggestions that were made years ago. There were all these subcommittees. There was a lot of time and energy and effort under the de Blasio administration, as well as previously in the Bloomberg administration, to reform a lot of the contracting processes. And so I'm just wondering how much access to that previous information you have, because it's all there, right? And these are all issues that we know have existed for many, many years. And I could probably dig up my old files as well for you, but just wanting to know how much of that you're also historically looking back at and reevaluating and reassessing.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. I appreciate that so much, and I'm a firm believer in institutional knowledge. It is the key to success. As I mentioned in my testimony, it is not lost on me, all those who have sat in the chair before me, and all the strides that they've made to get us to where we are, good and bad. It is the truth of the matter is, the contracting and procurement activity of the city of New York has just grown. It is exponentially larger than it has been than prior years and prior administrations. And so that's a bit of a look back. City government is blessed with so many public servants who also embody that institutional knowledge and know the playbooks and know what has worked and what has not worked. But forward-looking, one of the things that I believe is different that we've really really tried to invest in. It's going to be a multi-pronged approach. One of the things that I would like to sort of lift up and push is we've really tried to invest in the technology in addition to the process, in addition to the people. So the technology, we are not unaware that there are not issues. We have expanded the technology to meet the challenges and the needs of contracting in the city of New York. And like all technology, it's had some issues. But where we are now with the technology relative to where we were, even in the prior administration, is vastly different.
Oh, no, I remember doing it by paper, so
Yes,
it's definitely very different. Vendex to where we are now is different. And just, sorry, not to cut you off, because I do have a limited amount of time and want to pass it over to my other colleagues, but I imagine it to hopefully be like, when I order Papa John's, I know exactly where my order is in the process, right? It's being made, it's being baked, and it's being delivered, right? And so similarly, if we can do that with Passport and make it very clear, because I remember with HHS Accelerator, to upload our contracts and documents, there was like one little obscure button you had to press, and it was like in a place that didn't make any sense, and a lot of people would miss it. So everything would be there, it just wouldn't be submitted and sent out to all the agencies. So hopefully if there's something like that, that can be done, that would be great. But sorry, so in terms of the rollout, I think we touched upon this earlier. I think one of the biggest frustrations for me that was time consuming as an ED is that not every agency executes the contracting process the same way, right? So even though there are certain standard policies and procedures, the ACOs would request different things for different contracts within the same agency. And so I don't know what efforts are being made there, because that took up a lot of time on our end, quite frankly, which, when you have a system like Passport, that is meant to cut through a lot of that time and effort. So just wanted to see what was being done there in terms of your work with making sure it goes down to every level of the staffing. In terms of sorry, I'm just gonna ask them one by one. In terms of the indirect rates, I remember we didn't realize that some of the contracts we could qualify for indirect rates, but when we asked, the agencies told us, yes, you can ask for this, but it is not it will be taken out of your overall budget, right? Which gives us a choice, which we then have to choose as EDs. Okay, you can take this indirect rate, 10%, put it towards your contract and use it for overhead. However, that will be taken from the overall pot, not in addition to. And the issue I have also is with subs. A lot of the times the contractors don't get the same indirect rates. I just want to get a status check of where we're at with the subs, because that shouldn't come out from the main subcontractors pot. And also, a lot of the subcontractors, because they are working with so many linguistically specific communities, culturally specific communities, they do need that extra indirect rate. And so just wanted to get that status update. And then in terms of the aged invoices, I know someone had mentioned 28 days. That is a big, big, big piece. It's not just contracting on time, but it's also the invoices that need to be paid out on time. And so what is the average time, and what is the barrier that is taking so long for those to get paid out? And I will stop there for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. If I could, I'll try to attack it in backwards order, if I could, and try to hit high level, but then please, we would welcome engagement with your office, as all the council members' offices, to dig in into the weeds more deeply. So on the aged invoices, you've heard from my colleague at DSS for their particular agency's average processing time. I've got some overall city numbers that I can share, but agreed, that's the metric, right? We want to, that's what we want to measure, and we want to go up or down. If we're going down, like that's the positive direction. If we're going up, red flag. We need to pay more attention to that. So as of March 31st, 2025, the average human service payment cycle time, reflecting both invoice and payment workflows, was 19 days, compared to 20 days for the non-human sector agencies. So that's just very high level, but again, I'm happy to dig in a little bit. On the subs and the indirect costs, I have to be honest, I have to circle back to you on that one. And then,
if you could, that'd be
sure,
great, just because I
yes.
feel like oftentimes those organizations get pitted against each other, which should not be the case either.
Yes, that's something that we can certainly get back to you on. And then, on the indirect cost rates, the city's committed to honoring the accepted indirect cost rates through the centralized city process. And this is a plug that my team is gonna push me to make sure that is said out loud. The application is due May 1st, so that's tomorrow for fiscal year 2026. So that is a date to keep in mind as it relates to the ICR. And then, Councilmember Lee, you started with the difference in when you were an executive director at a nonprofit, your experience while interacting with the city, with the different city agencies, there were differences. And so we do have an eye towards standardization. And you're right that Passport, through the technology, tries to neutralize some of this disparate activity and these practices. But I will say, City of New York, very vast, all the city agencies, very different. We've got aging here, who's dealing with the aging population. We've got DYCD, who's dealing with the youth population. We've got DHS, who's dealing with the homeless population. There are differences programmatically, and there are differences in funding, funding sources, federal, state, city, grants. So there are going to be some differences, but to sort of cut through like what really needs to be a difference versus like what can be standardized, those are things that we are. That's the real work. That's the real work that requires us to dig in, really commit to, and the long lead time work. That's not going to be. We just gotta keep at it. But we do have standardization of invoicing and just budget practices. You know, those are one of the longer term strategies that both Michael and I know that we need to tackle. Oh, yes. Go ahead. You do it.
Sure. And I just want to, on the ICR, it is a common thing I hear when we meet with nonprofit providers is somewhat related to your lack of standardization piece, which is that I have this accepted rate, but the agency is telling me to put the de minimis, and there's this back and forth. As you may know, if not, I want to make sure you know, we can send it to you, or at least the top lines of it. OMB and MOX, a couple of months ago, I believe, sent out a directive making very clear to all agencies that the city must and will honor accepted ICR rates. And as you probably know, the application period is coming. There are a significant portion of those that are soon to expire. The directive also let agencies know that they have to honor the current or expiring rate, because there had been some confusion with that. Actually, one of our members of our MONS Advisory Council had flagged that. And then another thing from standardization, why we partnered and are so happy about the document vault that is in Passport, which was a part of HHS Accelerator, as you probably know, hoping that leads to a lot more standardization so that Agency A doesn't ask for the same documents that Agency B is asking for. And then lastly, I would say one of the things that I really care about from our chief nonprofit officers is really building a community of practice. It is true that there are different programs, different providers. To the greatest extent possible, we want to share best practices, celebrate wins, and ensure that folks are, to the greatest extent possible, working with one city rather than 15 to 20 different smaller entities.
Thank you, and congrats, Director Yu.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Brewer, followed by Councilmember Rita Joseph.
Thank you. I have laryngitis. I have institutional knowledge also. Well, let's say the state, the nonprofits tell me that on a state level, they get 100% of the money up front, and then the state audits them, and if they owe money, then they get take it from future payments. What prevents the city from doing the same thing? Is it the charter? Is it OMB? Who says we can't do it like that?
Okay.
And can we change it?
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. I'm sorry to hear that you have laryngitis.
I'll live.
Okay. So that is, we do have our eyes on that model. It is a model.
When can we switch it?
There are some constraints that we have as the city that we're just different than the state.
I know.
We've got our oversight bodies, Department of Investigation, the Mayor's Office of Risk Management and Compliance, and the Law Department, and also our comptroller
We can take care of the controller.
Okay. So that model is, that's a paradigm shift for the city of New York. That is really going all in, really trusting, and then kicking the can down the road on the risk to claw back if there are issues.
But how could we do it? What's the mechanism for doing that?
It's something that we have been exploring and trying to pilot, and we have a small team that thinks through the innovation on like surveying what's out there in terms of practices that we can adopt. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'll jump in. We've been doing a little research ourselves, and
Me too.
I know you, and I know that to be true. The model that I'm familiar with from the state is, and I get the state acronyms wrong often, OCFS, if that's what it is. What I understand is not 100% advance. It is a quarterly advance system where they get 25%, 25%, 25%. I think that is something that we are interested in exploring, and as Director Yu says, would be a paradigm shift. And I am not, I'm a lowly staffer. I don't know the mechanisms to make that happen, but I think we've explored it, and it's possible.
Thank you. Number two, a lot of organizations pay like $28,000 a month in interest because they're not getting paid. So my question is, I guess some of them know about your grant, your fund, your $30 million. Some don't. Some may not be eligible. Do you have a list, either through the Fund for the City of New York or banks, as to the number of nonprofit human services that are paying all this interest? Like, do you know who's doing all this, and can you help them maybe go to your fund?
To my knowledge, I don't know of a list, but we do have. We are here and we are make ourselves available.
Okay. Oh, just so you know, some of them are paying $28,000 a month in interest, 7% at the bank. I don't know what the fund charges. It's a lot of money, and it's all going for naught, basically. All right, something to think about.
If you don't mind, Council Member.
They're mostly in the room here behind you.
I'm sorry?
The people who are paying all this interest,
yes.
they're right sitting behind you.
I hear from them often.
They're all writing me notes every 2 minutes.
I figured. I'm happy to work in partnership with them. I would say maybe not the folks that have your number aren't aware of this.
They all have my number.
But okay, great. It is shocking to me when I meet established nonprofit organizations that don't either know that it is interest and service free, don't know that it exists, or there's a perception that there's not funds there. So like,
we'll make sure.
Well, I'm sorry?
I can help make sure that they know about it.
Yes, and also work with their chief nonprofit officers, because I've also seen other situations where you go to an agency and say there's cash flow issues. There are other options that agencies can do, including mid-year advances. So the chief nonprofit officers by EO are supposed to be those creative problem solvers.
Another question, I should know this, but the passport, the one I love is the controller's check. Checks out, you can see it. I remember one time Bloomberg, he paid money on wine, and he got in trouble because we saw it in the checkbook list. So how can Passport make information more public about, where the status of each situation is? Is that already done, do you think, enough? But don't you think you need more granular data? How can you go about that?
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. Being an alum from the Comptroller's Office, I too love Checkbook. It is
my favorite.
A great transparency tool.
I read it before I go to bed.
As we previously mentioned, there's Passport Public that is externally facing. That's a tool that's really available for the vendor community to find solicitations. And also mentioned earlier, MOX is primed and ready to engage with the vendor community and also the City Council to roll out vendor reporting. Vendor reporting meaning you come into Passport and there's an individualized report based upon your activity and where your contracts are and where your budget's at and where your invoices are. So we would welcome the opportunity to demo that for you and before we unveil it, hopefully fall of this
Some pretty sophisticated people are asking me that question. Finally, DYCD, you got a lot of problems. Just so you know, a lot. So are you, like, I have a contract. I'm not going to give the agency. I gave $100,000, but they can't do it to help kids get jobs and so on because another contract in another part of the agency, this is a huge nonprofit, isn't moving. So why the hell can my kids get help for the $100,000 when the other contract has nothing to do with them, but they can't get the $100,000 because the other one's not moving? Can we change that?
Thank you for your question and for your advocacy for us. We appreciate that.
You do need help badly.
We appreciate your
Okay.
advocacy for sure. I am not aware of that situation. That seems to be a little bit out of the norm. And so if you want to send me the details, I'd be
I certainly
happy to
will.
take
It's like old contracts aren't moving. The new contracts can't move.
Yeah, I mean, there could be a lot of reasons why the contract can't move. If a provider has outstanding vendor documentation and we can't find them responsible for the contract to be registered, that could potentially be a reason why the other contract can't move as well. But if it is a registered contract that you're referring to, one shouldn't hold up the other, and I'm happy to look into that after and get back to you after the hearing.
All right, thank you. Now, one question, last question. So many people drop out. They just say, screw it, I can't do this anymore. Who keeps track of that? Does anybody know if they get halfway through or they're frustrated? Is there any, I mean, they call me and we try to deal with them, but there are many others. They just don't take the money. Is that something you keep track of?
I can try to jump in. It'd be interesting to know at what stage they drop out.
They are awarded the money and it's too complicated to fill out the stuff. I don't care if it's 3 pages or 17 pages or you did cut it down, I got it. But you got a lot like that. These are the little groups. They don't have a controller. They don't have somebody at the agency. Are you keeping track of that?
That's something that we can certainly take an eye towards tracking, and also, this is not the ideal, but if there are situations like that, we are available to point them to the right resources to move them through the entire process. Because if they've gotten so far that they've been awarded a contract to provide some service in their neighborhood or their community, we hope to see them through all the way.
They don't go, they quit. So that would be something to look at, because at least have a discussion with them why this is happening. I have about 3 or 4 right now, just in my area.
If I may jump in, Councilmember, I think that's also why we're so excited about thinking about council discretionary contracts as grants, because it is crazy to me that we treat them like they were competitively bid contracts. Those under $25,000 contracts have to go through the same process. So for us, that would represent removing the registration process and really going directly to payment, which is what the out years of the multi-year vehicle accomplishes, but we would like to go more bold, and I think that would disproportionately help the smaller organizations who really have their pulse on the on the community.
Okay. Thank you. I could go on and on. Thank you.
I just have a real question before Councilmember Joseph jumps in, because it's been said a couple of times, even in this hearing, and I've heard it before, around one of the reasons why they don't want to give money up front, because you don't want to have to claw back. Why are we treating the nonprofits as if they're going somewhere? Because they have multiple contracts throughout the city. It's one of the things that I feel like you guys keep saying it, and it's like, it's not going over my head, because saying you're clawing back, they're not going anywhere. And so that just does not make sense to me. So I need a better understanding of your rationale of we don't want to have to claw back funding if we give it to them or these advances, because how often is that happening? Because so we're at a place where we rather owe them than them owe us, which I don't think would happen, because we wouldn't be giving out 100%. So I need a better understanding of the rationale behind that, because that's being said over and over again. And most of these nonprofits have been here for 50, 60, 70 years. So where are they going?
Councilmember, we hope nowhere. We hope that they.
They might go somewhere because they're going to go out of business because y'all not paying them. So that's the reality. So I need a better understanding of this clawback, because you guys keep saying, you guys said it here. I've heard this multiple times from multiple people. What's the rationale behind this?
Understood. And just to scale back to the extent that it's helpful, and these are taxpayer dollars. They're dollars of the New Yorkers, and we are constrained by ensuring that the services that are provided or the goods that are contracted for are received. So that is, that statement without a lot of editorializing and packaging around it, that is one of the reasons.
Well, just to be clear, no one's hard on the nonprofit sector than I am. If they're not producing, I'm one like, then pull the contract, move on and find someone to do the work, because I understand the critical nature of the work that they're doing and the impact it has on the community. But it just does not make sense when we are at a place where we're owed them so much money and we're like, well, we don't want to have to claw it back if we give it to them, and it's being held up because of it. So and even saying that it's taxpayer dollars, they're doing service and a labor of love, because we're not even talking about how we're underpaying them and how these contracts are underfunded for work that we know that if we did ourselves, we would have to pay a lot more. So that's a whole nother conversation. So it's a little disingenuous to say that it's like taxpayer dollars and we have to be careful, because it's taxpayer dollars that we're actually wasting by holding these things up and having so much manpower being exhausted time and time again to pay out the money that they're owed. So I think that we have to also just kind of, the language that we're using, it's important, and I believe that we need to also be rethinking some of the things that we're saying, because we already have a system that's built on reimbursement, which is also, let's be clear, systematically racist, because we know that also puts different organizations in different positions to be able to get these contracts. So a lot of the language you're using is triggering for me today, because to say like we're gonna have to claw back, then claw back. And then we also need to be looking at the contract, because if we have to claw back money from an agency that isn't doing the work, then maybe we should be reevaluating if those are the folks we should be doing business with. And so that to me just does it has not been sitting well with me, and it's been said several times today. So I just had to address that.
I think to the council member's point, do you have reports on how often every fiscal year you're quote unquote clawing back from nonprofits who have caused issues for the city, so that we can look at it on a pattern and trend within the last 10 years on why there is this overlooming fear, which we typically on the council side are not privy to. So we want to understand, like, where's this coming from? And can you substantiate it?
Sure, I can try. Big picture, ideal state, contract is registered on time. And that's when the services start to be rendered. We know that not to be true. We know that our vendors are working at risk. We know that they are going out of pocket with their own funds and putting their team out there providing services when they are already maybe potentially vulnerable as an organization and operationally. I want to say it out loud and acknowledge it. Going back to how it should work. Contract is registered, services are rendered, provider provides an invoice, city pays. That's overly simplistic, and that's not happening. But there are a variety of tools and mechanisms, such as the advance, that once contract is registered, money gets pushed out the door. And then also, if there happens to be a delay in registration, there's the loan fund that's available. But we've talked about that. But to your point, Councilmember Wan and Councilmember Stevens, when we say claw back, I want to, and the finance people will say this better than I can say, it's not taking money out of the pocket of the provider. It really is from a budgeting and an invoicing perspective, an accounting that has to be done.
So can we get an actual report from the last 10 years of when this accounting had to happen for nonprofits citywide, that there is this overlooming fear that if you pay them, that you're going to have to get the money back somehow? Because from our knowledge, it does not happen often. So we'd like to understand.
Councilmember, we're happy to take this offline and really dig in. I will say 10 years may be tricky for us to go back to.
Okay, even 5 years, even 3 years. 4 years. 4 years, anything. We cannot be working off of assumptions based on fears that were legislated 10, 15 years ago for procurement rules from like mafia days or whatever it may be. We cannot operate like this anymore. And were you able to get a breakdown of the 5.8 billion that are subtotals for the nonprofit vendors and human service providers?
So that $5 billion is entirely nonprofit.
Okay.
And if we can provide a better breakdown at the conclusion of the hearing or after the hearing.
Okay, I'm going to pass it to Councilmember Rita Joseph, and then I'll come back to questions.
Well, thank you, chairs. I have a quick question. How many of your non-for-profits have returned contracts because they were not getting paid? Do you have a number?
Thank you, Council Member, for the question. I want to unpack it a little bit more so I can respond
Thank you.
to the best of my ability. Contracts returned. Sometimes that means a contract returned by the Comptroller's Office, but I
No, by providers as well. You just got here 3 days. Maybe you're not aware. But that has happened.
Okay.
Quite a few providers have returned the contract because they had a pattern of not getting paid on time.
Meaning they terminate the contract
With
and
you?
they don't want to provide the services any
Correct.
longer.
Correct. Is there a number of providers that have done that?
That is something that we can certainly dig into and take back and work with your office after this.
That would be great. Have you done any outreach with small organizations around your interest-free loan, and what kind of support do you provide them? These small orgs around budgeting, repayment, around the small organizations getting this loan, and have any outreach have been done for non-English communities as well?
So thank you for the question. To start narrow and then maybe expand outwards, we have done communication blasts to our nonprofit providers, all for the loan fund. We actually did one maybe a couple weeks ago, and we did one earlier in the year. It's give and take. We try to go out and meet people where they are, and then we hope, but if we put information publicly on our website, on the city's website, people will find us. But it's a variety of strategies to be able to ensure that those who need the services and support are being met with the resources that they seek. In addition, I think the engagement with the vendors for the entire city is something that MOX is committed to. We do it through a variety of methods, some of which have been spoken about already. But I'll make a plug also. If a vendor is looking for a contract and is having a difficulty, whether it be getting the resources they need to even get started or finding a contract, MOX is here. We have a service desk. We have a website. We try to push out a lot of information. But even beyond that, we have a training series, and we have a vendor engagement series. My predecessor started a program called MOX in Your Neighborhood. It goes to each of the 5 boroughs, and it really hosts opportunities to information share generally, to bring organizations in that have not traditionally done business with the City of New York, but then also we do targeted trainings for those who do have contracts and maybe are stuck at a particular point in the process. And we call those a variety of things. We call them coffee hours or office hours. And we do things like we bring laptops to event spaces, and we will sit with vendors and we will try to establish a Passport account with them. And there's nothing more gratifying than our team setting somebody up so that they can meaningfully compete for a contract with the City of New York.
How often do you do these events?
We do these events pretty frequently, and we do also post on our website calendars so that those who are interested can sign up, and depending on the nature of things, sometimes they're just walk-in, and so there's lots of information that we put out there on our website. But in addition to that, we post it on social media. We put it on Instagram, LinkedIn, X, all those.
I'm a small provider. I have access to none of that. How can you make sure the services are reaching myself and the communities that I serve?
Mm-hmm. If you are in contact with a constituent that has a small business in your district, There's certainly, the lines of communication are open, council member, from you to the administration, to the Mayor's Office of Nonprofit Services, and certainly to the Mayor's Office of Contract Services.
Can you provide technical support and customer service and help desk? When I call the help desk, how long do you take to get back to a provider?
It will depend, in all honesty, it will depend on the volume, and it will depend on the complexity. It is openly known by all who are sitting behind me that there have been an uptick in the amount of time it takes for the MOX team, the tech team, to touch a ticket when it comes in. In a positive development, the response time is trending down. So as of right now, I would say
response times, sorry, Chair. When you say response time, what does the window look like?
as of right now, the latest that I have is 8 days.
That's a long
And depending
time.
on the complexity, for resolution, it could take a variety. It could be as little as an hour from then, or it could take longer.
Thank you, chairs.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Joseph. I just want to acknowledge, I know that DOE is not a city agency, but we do have so many inquiries and complaints about DOE non-payments. It's been extremely heartbreaking, especially for our childcare providers for 3K and pre-K that continue to provide childcare services without getting paid. Okay, so my next question is, can Mox and Mons comment on the implementation of Local Law 169 of 2023, requiring the city to complete a comprehensive study on the time required to complete the city's procurement process for human service contracts and setting a binding timeline by October 2025, which is Councilmember Stevens' bill. So are we on track to complete this goal? It is 2025 and October is right around the corner.
Thank you, Councilmember Wan. Thank you, Councilmember Stevens, for sponsoring that piece of legislation. I'm pleased to say that we did commit this, we did follow through and perform the study, and we did issue a report, and we did deliver it to the council. We'd be happy to engage in the results of the report. We've also been engaging with the Comptroller's Office, as we know a part of the legislation is to put some put a rule into the PPB to ensure around the legislative intent that was introduced in the local law. And with that, we're on track. As you mentioned, we have until October 2025 to develop the parameters of the report, but we did complete the first portion of that legislation.
Okay, so by October, you're going to have a set binding timeline?
We are in active conversations with the Comptroller about it, and we would welcome the opportunity to have more conversations about it.
Just to add to that, because I know the Controller also put out a statement around how the report was inaccurate. It was a lot of things that was left out, and it wasn't fully. A report was submitted, I will say that, not necessarily what we were asking for or what was necessary. So I hope that this October that we see more comprehensive information and really addressing the things that we need to get done in it, because that's not what the report that we got last year. It was submitted, I will give you that, but that doesn't mean, if I had to grade it, it would probably be a D, because it was not what we were looking for. And so hopefully, again, it's more thought out. And I think that even, Lisa worked really hard on it, but also she explained that there's only one staff member doing all the reports for MOX. And so hopefully with the new staffing that OMB just let up, that you guys will have more people to do some of the reports, because that is a major issue. And so having one person doing all these reports is just not sustainable. So I hope that you have additional people able to kind of address some of these issues as well.
Can you confirm that the 20 additional employees that you're going to have is going to be dedicated to reporting?
The 20 additional team members are dedicated to providing contract technical support as it relates to Passport. It's not specific to reporting.
Okay, so I guess we got more advocating to do.
Obviously, because clearly they need more staff.
Yes, they do need more staff. Some contracts are structured to span multiple years, which should in theory reduce administrative delays, yet providers continue to report significant payment lags on even under these multi-year agreements. Why do payment delays persist even when contracts are designed to cover multiple years?
Thank you for the question, Chair. A variety of reasons. I think for multi-year contracts, definitely the start of the fiscal year advance is something that is easy to do, but oftentimes there are budget modifications, and when there's a budget modification, it pauses invoicing in the system, and there's a back and forth that has to happen between the agency and the nonprofit provider to ensure that that budget modification is agreed to. Or it may be a situation where we have recoupments that have to happen, and so the nonprofit providers will be getting in invoices that reflect recoupments from potentially even prior fiscal years. So as a number of reasons, but I think what we're seeing in the data is a lot of times it's due to budget modification back and forth with agencies and nonprofit providers.
Can you also help us understand how much is owed in amendments that cannot be submitted yet? We get this complaint a lot.
I'll start. I don't know if you have the number, Director Yu. Great question. And I think that's why, and this was a part of the Joint Task Force report from 2022 to really allow some flexibility from the amendment process. And so what MOX implemented in 2023, if I remember correctly, was the 25%, what we call the allowance clause. So that's that additional budget that can be tapped into avoiding an amendment process. And I think what MOX has shared is that that reduced overall amendments by 67%. And so I think we're doing what we can and are interested in, if possible, to even go higher and allow for more contracts to avoid an amendment registration process and instead use this allowance clause.
Okay. My next set of questions is, these are from Human Services United. We want to understand, has the agency organized an accounts receivable aging report for previous fiscal years?
Councilmember Wan, will you say it for me one more time?
Has MOX or any other agency organized an accounts receivable aging report for previous or current fiscal years?
So we do, so we're going to be, I want to just sort of frame it. This is what is visible to us in Passport. And as we mentioned at the top of the hearing, we just went through a migration from a legacy system where the human service contracts were completed and paid, and that was migrated over to Passport. And so it's going to be a more narrow set of data than 10 years per se. But within Passport, we do financials reporting, and part of that financials reporting is on the aged invoices, meaning when the invoice is received by the city, accepted by the city, and then the days that are, we count the days. And then also, as part of that data, we also have the numbers that are associated with those submitted invoices. So we do have some of that.
So from Passport, are you able to create a report with detail of how many individual contracts are unresolved from this fiscal year and prior?
I'll jump in, Chair Wan. We work with HSU and Kristen Miller and team regularly on this issue. And for a subset of providers, we've even created a standard report to just make sure they're clear on how many budget modifications are in the system, how many aged invoices there are, where they are in the process as a service to both the agency and the nonprofit providers. And I don't know, Diane, if you want to add in any of the work that DHS has done with all shelter providers to make sure that they're clear on processes and what supports are needed to close out any prior year actions.
Thanks, Executive Director Cedillo. So we acknowledge that there are a number of barriers to folks having outstanding items. You know, change in technology notwithstanding, we have been bringing in each of our providers, having one-on-one meetings with them to go through with each and every one of their outstanding items. We leave those meetings with an action work plan and expectations for what will be done and when. This has been very helpful both for our nonprofits to better understand some of the processes, as well as to bring together all of the groups who work on whether their contracts or their invoices, so that they're all in the same place. So we've taken a very targeted approach with our nonprofits to help resolve anything that might be outstanding.
So is this report available to them on Passport directly from their view, or they have to request it from you directly and you have to pull it for them and share it back?
So some of the, most of the information is in Passport. In order to package it into a report, that is something I believe that Mons
So
has
how
been
can
doing.
our providers have purview into this kind of reporting so that they know in real time for each contract?
Councilmember One, that's certainly something that we've got our eye on. And as I spoke about the vendor reporting that we hope to turn live this calendar year, what I can say exists now, there is an invoicing age report that we share out weekly with the agencies. That is a performance management tool, and it is really, it's really for the agencies. And we wanted to make sure that the agencies have what they need to do, to have what they need to do their work. And then sort of scaling out, we do very much have our focus on vendor reporting for this year.
So again, how are our nonprofits going to have purview into what is outstanding for themselves, other than they themselves have to track it? And also, if you're a small nonprofit servicing immigrants and you don't have this kind of knowledge on procurement, you don't even know what to ask, how are we going to service them? They have to come to you and say, like, how many final cost certificate requests and preliminary or partial cost reports are still pending for themselves? How are we servicing them?
It's a fair question, Chair Wan, and I think what we spoke about earlier about just using a myriad of tools and really taking an approach of meeting people where they are and understanding what they need, while also really thinking through what makes sense systematically, because technology is an equalizer, or can be to a certain extent. And we just hope with the vendor reporting, and we're gonna validate this, and we're gonna battle test this, and we're gonna take our strategic partners, such as the council and such as our umbrella groups, to really be at the table with us and think through what makes sense to share with the providers what information they really need to do their work, and that can be easily digestible, because you're right, there's so much information out there. To cut through it, especially if you're really just focused on your mission's work, it is a lot. It's a lot to ask.
Can you also give me a status on what's happening with the COLAs for all these nonprofits? And I remember last hearing we had issues with the COLAs causing even further delays in processing their contracts.
Great question. Director, you will give some statistics here in a minute, but I think you're spot on that, we were very proud of the investment that this administration made last year, $741 million to the workforce, extremely important to us for a variety of reasons. And as you probably know, and I'm sure Chair Stevens knows, given her expertise, that announcement then translates for our public servants at the agencies and then the nonprofit providers into an often, Byzantine dance of doing a budget modification to apply that to the actual contract. So I think a lot of work has happened with that, and I know a lot of our agencies are in constant dialogue with our provider partners, and I get questions on this, and I'm happily work with the chief nonprofit officers, but I don't know if you want to add in, Director Yu.
Yes, I just want to share some numbers just to contextualize this a little bit. So in fiscal year 2025, the city worked to get COLA funding to providers through an increased 30% budget advance. And then June 2024, a Gov delivery message was sent to 602 providers with non-discretionary fiscal year 2025 actions, alerting them their agencies would reach out by July 1st with COLA templates. to confirm eligible contract funding and next steps. A follow-up was later sent on June 21st that concluded comprehensive FAQ resource. As of December 16, 2024, over 93% of fiscal year 2025 COLA funding had been received and approved by city agencies.
Can I just see a show of hands from the folks who are here to testify from nonprofits? How many of you have had your cost of living adjustment processed and received from the city of New York? Literally nobody. Oh, one, two. Two people.
Two.
Oh, okay. Partial.
0.5.
Okay. So I really want to make sure that as we have done a lot of victory laps about the cost of living adjustments, that these are actually being processed and we're paying folks. Can you also help me understand why have indirect cost rates above 10% not been paid over the last 5 years and why there are so many barriers in getting the funding out? Some nonprofits are waiting for over $10 million in unpaid indirect cost rate funds.
I would just say, as mentioned to Councilmember Lee earlier, here I've heard this as well, which is why what we decided to do is put that directive together with OMB and MOX out to all agencies to make sure they were clear that this is not an option, that if there's an accepted rate, that must be and will be honored. And again, to those that are about to expire, that those are the ones that should be applied until a new one may be realized in the coming months. So it's something that constantly I've heard. We use the policy tools in our toolbox to ensure the agencies are standardized there. And I think that the allowance clause, as we mentioned earlier, really ought to be, and we can continue to work with agencies to make sure they understand that it is an option to them to avoid an amendment registration process.
Okay, talking about indirect cost rates, I want to talk about returnable grant funds again. Nonprofits have been told that the returnable grant fund doesn't cover indirect costs, which is where millions of dollars are being held up. It's disingenuous from our perspective to say that nonprofits don't know that returnable grant fund exists when most of them have been denied. Why doesn't our returnable grant fund account for indirect cost rates?
Thanks so much for the question, Chair Wan. I don't have on hand all three of the categories, but I do understand the third category to be funding delays. And I do think that there are opportunities for providers to submit for ICR or approved new needs in some certain situations. And so if that is not being honored, if there's an issue there, be happy for folks to flag for me, and I can work with the chief nonprofit officers to see if that is some flexibility we can provide to the providers.
Yeah, we should definitely look into expanding the returnable grant fund and also including indirect cost rates. I'm going to turn it over to my co-chair, Stevens, to ask more questions.
So I have a couple more questions for DYCD. DYCD manages 1,639 contracts for FY 2022, which includes the largest human service portfolio of any agency. How many staff currently are dedicated to managing the DYCD contracts? And do you believe the agency has significant capacity to handle this workload effectively, or additional resources or staffing needed to meet the demand and for the delays? And what is the average caseload per staff person on the contracting team? And how does that compare to staffing ratio in other large city agencies?
Thank you, Chair Stevens. At a high level, it is a bit of a nuanced question, right? There are a number of divisions and units that work together for contract management. That said, in aggregate, it is about 160 budgeted headcount across fiscal, procurement, legal, and our discretionary units. And as you know, we are the agency with the largest number of discretionary contracts from City Council. Approximately 80% of that 160 are on board. As mentioned earlier, Executive Director Cedillo and myself earlier, we did just get approval from OMB for approximately 40 heads in those units to bring them on board, and so we are bringing them on board. Ratios is a little bit hard, right, because they're doing different parts of different things. The discretionary team, it can be anywhere from 50 to 100 or higher. It depends on when the awards are cleared. It depends on, and that sort of goes through the process, not just discretionary, but for contracts that we have, and we split them up in parts. But we actively are looking through our resources and working with Director Yu and Executive Director CEO, and of course, City Hall and OMB to ensure we have the resources to do what we need to do.
According to some Horizon providers, they have not been paid for last year programming. As parents are already receiving slots for this summer, providers are understandably concerned about how they will cover upfront costs, like staff trainings and program ramp up, while waiting for last year's reimbursement. Why have last year's Summer Horizon providers not been paid yet? And how does this agency expect providers to manage fiscal demands of launching this summer program under these conditions?
Sure, thank you for the question. What I understand is at this point, all the summarizing actions have been implemented in the systems and contracts that they have. We do know that there have been delays in payments, and that has caused problems for our providers. We are working hard to ensure that the time to implement those changes and on their contract, right, summarizing is an add-on to the base contracts, something that we've talked about with you before. You've expressed your support there or not. But what we are trying to do to get ahead of that, right, is as the next summer rolls out, ensure we have that information and can roll them into the new contracts. Specifically right now, we're working on FY26 continuation actions, and Compass is one of the programs that are in that. And so our first and main priority is to get those contracts registered so that we can get payments out the door via the initial advances that have been discussed coming up going forward. And it's our hope that those advances will help them with that.
But do we see how problematic it is that we're rolling into another summer and we have not paid for the services that was provided last summer? And it's costly, right? Like, listen, I ran camp for 14 years. Like, understanding that not having the proper resources for them to ramp up is problematic, and it's just cash on hand. So that's why even, you know, I think to me this is a glaring or a spotlight being put on a bigger problem in the system. Like, this is a problem. We're literally rolling into the summer and continuing seeing delays. And so, you know, the city is consistently using, you know, nonprofits to front money for us, and that's what it feels like at this point. And so I think that, like, I know that, and again, I want to reiterate, because I said this before, this is not because I don't think anyone on this panel isn't working or wants to pay out, but there's clearly issues in the system. And, you know, we had a task force and was able to chip down at the backlog and did a really good job about it. And then here we are, worse off than we were a year ago, which speaks to the bigger issue of, like, if we were able to do it before, why weren't we able to be consistent? And so why do we have to be loud and be on the steps and rallying and press conferencing and me being a psycho and calling people and all the things for us to, like, make this an issue? We should not be here again when we cleared out the backlog. Like, it just does not make sense. So it's just very frustrating. And I know we have a ton of providers who've already signed up to testify, so I don't want to keep hammering. I actually do want to hear from the providers and some of the things, and hopefully you guys will stay around to hear it firsthand, because, you know, they are struggling on trying to make ends meet. And at this point, we have nonprofits who are borrowing from Peter to pay Paul and shuffling things around and having to raise a supplemental money and all these things when we're asking them to do work. Because let's be clear, if these nonprofits today said, you know what, we're not taking no more contracts and we're done, we're screwed. And you know whose district is gonna be screwed? Mine, because we need these services. I need my homeless providers. I need my workforce development people. I need my food pantries, because that we're lacking it. And so we have to see them as real partners. And so as you guys are going through these things, maybe we should stop having briefings and stop having task force and having photo ops and taking pictures, and actually have us all come to the table and come up with real concrete solutions, because what we're doing is not working. Clearly, the administration don't got the answer, because if they did, we would not be back here. We would not be back here after the task force gave clear instructions on how we can have a roadmap to clear it out, and then we're back in the same position. So again, I am sick of the announcements. Enough with the announcements. Let's just do the work.
Okay, Councilmember Gail Brewer has a follow-up question.
Just very quickly, so on the indirect costs, I think you're trying to address it. I got that. But what happens apparently is OMB says the agencies can pay the backlogged ICR And then the agencies say they can't pay backlogged, the ICR, because it's been held up by OMB. Who would figure that out? Who would undo that mess?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the follow-up question. Michael and I agree that we've got to sort of untangle this a little bit, and there's lots of conversations around ICR and do you go to your agency?
I've got 6 more questions about it. Yeah.
Do you go to MONS? Do you go to MOX? Do you go to OMB? I think we're happy to receive any sort of incoming and entangle, because I think individual provider may be in a different situation. But big picture, when they implemented the initiative, OMB was on the front lines of pushing out what they projected the ICR, I'm sorry, I'm confusing the initiatives. On the ICR, we have resources available. There's a website that we can provide to you where any provider who has a question about their ICR is able to get in contact with the city to untangle the ICR. And there is a...
It's an OMB problem, not yours.
I'll just jump in real
Have you ever
fast.
tried to call OMB? Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I would say that is why it was so important for us for the ICR directive that it came from MOX and OMB. So it was not like MOX or MONS saying this is something you ought to do or pretty please. It was a directive from both OMB and MOX to honor and make sure if there's an accepted rate to pay that, not the de minimis. I also want to point out that OMB does have a chief nonprofit officer, as does MOX and Law, our oversight partners, and that's key for our agency partners who, have to go through their task force. They should know that OMB has somebody there who's supposed to be there to help them solve problems like these.
Supposed to. Thank you.
Okay, my last set of questions is for DFTA. In fiscal year 2024, nearly 90% of DFTA's contracts were registered retroactively. What are the root causes of delays in registering DFTA contracts, and what is the agency doing to address them?
If that's from the controller's report from yesterday, we're still reviewing it, but the 90% number you mentioned may be a description of many agencies and not just us.
So that's even worse, if all of you guys are 90% registering contracts
However, we do take
retroactively.
late payments and registration seriously because providers deserve to be paid. We do have a shared goal here, and one of our priorities is to pay providers on time. We have presented a face to the story, if I may say. Last year, for example, why do we work at NYC Aging? Why does someone work at Aging or DYCD or DSS? Certainly, if you're on the program side, it makes sense. But if you're not, then why am I there? We had every single staff visit an older adult center last year. Every single staff, no matter where you worked, you had to go out and visit because we wanted to put a face to the story. Here's the work that we do. It's important. It's ultimately about serving older adults. We can talk about contracts, paperwork, but really it's about delivering services for older adults. So we connect our staff right to the work that we're doing. Every single staff wrote a letter to all of our caregivers last year thanking them for the work that they do. By doing that, and we have a better connection with our provider community.
Okay, but what is the root cause of the delays? Is it because you guys are all out in the fields and nobody's processing the work?
No, that's not it. I don't think that we have 90% late registration, but I will say that we're very proud of our payment time. Once you submit an invoice to us correctly on time, we pay that within 15 to 20 days.
Okay, but if the contract is not registered, you're not going to get to the payment. So can you help us understand? Is it certain types of contracts or services, such as home-delivered meals or
Well, you've
older
heard
adult
about
center
discretionary
programming?
contracts that are late by definition.
So, from your perspective, that you believe that it's just going to continue this way, that it's just discretionary contracts, just how it is? Is that your answer?
Well, I'll jump in, Chair Wan. It is not us, and I'm sorry to be a broken record on this, but because I think there's a real shared opportunity for partnership with the administration and the council on this. I just want to say again, 2/3 at least, and it could be more in some agencies, and particularly with DYCD, of those contracts that are retroactive are discretionary contracts. And I don't say that defeatist, right? Because tomorrow morning, literally 8:30, we're meeting with your staff to go through a grant-like process, which would eliminate a registration process, right? Again, out years in the multi-year vehicle, years 2 and 3, we don't have a registration process. We would do that for a significant portion of discretionary contracts. And so I do think that if we partner with that, that is the right thing to do, and it will significantly reduce the workflow for agencies and the amount of time that it takes for us to be able to just pay nonprofit providers and ensure that they are getting the services that you all understand are needed in your district done in a timely manner.
So for discretionary contracts, do you still believe that nonprofits who are crying about like millions of dollars and not getting paid are crying over the council's discretionary of $5,000 to $10,000?
Thanks for the rephrase. I think where there's a contract backlog issue, more often than not, it is a discretionary contract. I'm not saying that we're proud of that. The cycle time on that is very high, and it can be lower, certainly. But if the underlying issue is a retroactive contract, more often than not, is a discretionary contract.
So let's continue to unpack that. So what exactly is causing the issues of discretionary contracts being retroactively registered?
Great question. For one, we find out at Schedule C who's getting the awards, right? So again, by definition, retroactive. 2, throughout the year, there are transparency resolutions that further clarify it, of course. And so if you're a city agency, you're finding out in the fall, right, who is getting the funding and months into the services provided. And if you're a nonprofit provider, you're like, I got a contract that started on July 1st, or I was told I got it. Am I supposed to start? And then you have a situation where the registration process takes forever because we treat it as if it was a competitively bid millions of dollar contract, but it's not, right? And so for us, we want to treat them like the grant that they are and be able to, when you tell us they're getting this funding, we can move forward and go into an agreement and get them paid immediately.
So for DFTA, how much of your contracts are discretionary? What's the dollar amount per fiscal year, roughly?
40-odd million?
40 million out of what is the total budget for how much you contract out with a vendor?
We have a budget about 500 million.
So we're talking, again, out of 500 million, you're talking about only 40 million when there is clear complaints about 90% of your contract. So where is the rest of the money that is not being registered from outside of your discretionary? That's not getting paid.
If I could share one, just to jump in and sort of provide some numbers. When we're talking about retroactivity, Michael is right. When we include the discretionary contract portfolio, it does skew the data, and it looks very different. And I'll just sort of read off again just some information that the MOX team tracks. So for fiscal year 2024, for the human service cycle times, for the discretionary contracts, the median cycle time was 337 days.
Bless you.
Bless you, Councilmember Stevens. When you take the discretionary contracts out of that, the median amount of days drops to 228. And when you look at, we do some of this by heat maps. For fiscal year 2024 and 2025, if you just look at discretionary contracts, we are looking at numbers in the 90 to 100% range. But if you take the discretionary contracts out of the fiscal year 25 contracts, we're about 54% on time, and then for the fiscal year 24, we're 73% on time. And with just to in Aging's defense, for fiscal year 2025, they were at 100% on-time registration for their contract portfolio.
Okay, for the contracts that are registered on time, how quickly does DFTA begin reimbursing providers?
As I said earlier, is if they submit invoices on time and correctly, we have a proud track record of 15 to 20 days.
15 to 20 days, okay. For are nonprofit providers who encounter delays due to missing documentations and compliance issues. We know that we were supposed to have Document Vault go live. It's not fully functional now. Do our providers all get to use it so that they don't have to upload the same document multiple times for each agency?
Thank you, Councilmember Wan, and thank you also for the legislation that you provided in this space. With Passport Release 6, we were able to increase passport functionality to include a Document Vault that was turned on live, and it's available to our agencies, it's available to our vendors, and the other functionality that we introduced with Passport R6 was subcontractor functionality.
Okay, so Passport 6 is live?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, we're gonna close out the questions so that we can move into our testimonies, because I know people are getting very hungry because it's lunchtime. So we're gonna move on. Thank you so much for coming to testify. We are still extremely frustrated, as you heard from myself and my colleagues and who you will hear from next. I hope that you will remain to listen, if not you yourself, your staff. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to thank Director you for clarifying our position at 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just start calling them up? Okay, our first panel is going to be Louisa Shafi from the New York City Independent Budget Office.
Get the number, because I'm calling. You said you'd be at my next meeting. Okay.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
I made a joke and you missed it. I said, good evening. So my name is Louisa Chafee. I'm the director of the Independent Budget Office. It is a great honor to testify today to you, Councilwoman Stevens and Juan, and other members of the committee. I have a lengthy testimony because I have been in this space for a long time, and I have to say, I hear your frustration that some people came to the party late, but at least everyone is at the party, including the controller who released a report yesterday. So I think it's important to recognize that your council oversight work and leadership has really elevated a critical issue to the nonprofit sector. So the disclosure is I served on the Joint Task Force for Nonprofits to Get Paid. I sat on the board of the Human Services Council. I've worked in the nonprofit sector. I worked at the Mayor's Office of Contract Services. I led human service procurement reforms for City Hall, and I also led the Strengthening Nonprofit Committee, which has a whole lot of institutional memory. So I'm just saying that so that you understand I'm not, a neutral bystander. The Independent Budget Office welcomes the Council's longstanding efforts to ensure fiscal responsibility on the part of city agencies, especially to ensure that critical work of nonprofit human service organizations under contract with the city can continue without fiscal disruptions. As IBO indicated in this year's response to the January financial plan and testified at the April 16th Council hearing on preparing for changes in the federal funding, the financial stability of providers depends on city agencies paying their bills on time. To that end, IBO also welcomes the mayor's announcement yesterday of various measures the administration is now taking to clear the backlog of late payments, again, to nonprofit providers, and distribute larger advance payments for next year, and the ideas for potential charter reforms in the procurement area in the preliminary report of the Mayor's Charter Revision Commission released this morning. Additionally, IBO supports the Council's focus both through legislation and oversight to proactively avoid future payment delays. The Council's commission to strengthen local democracy has also identified procurement as major areas for reform. So I'm not going to go over what the challenges are because it's late registration and late payment. But I did want to highlight a couple ideas that are not included in your current suite of initiatives that we think would make some differences. So IBO suggests that Intro 1247 be adjusted to consider adding a reasonable time frame for payments. Most bills require payments in 30 days from the initial receipt of invoice. And that obviously is also linked to the idea of advances and the percentage of advances, but part of the challenge here is simply moving money through the system at a timely basis. So we do think that adding some level of time frame would be beneficial. We also suggest, or we also would suggest considering adjusting the timing of payments to align with invoicing, such as monthly or quarterly. IBO identified in its testimony to the Commission to Strengthen Local Democracy a mandate in the use of contract extensions for existing competitively award contracts when a new contract will not be in place within 6 months of the contract's expiration. So why? When a city agency has a program that is continuing, and they've issued a new solicitation, but the program is not ready for the new solicitation process has not been completed on time, this often leads to this incredible delay in contract registration. And so IBO suggested that a rule that would require the city agency, once it's 6 months before the end of the existing contract, the city agency could do one of two things. Either automatically register a contract extension on the existing award, even while continuing to work on the new solicitation, or inform the provider to stop providing services when the contract lapses. Now, the first option is greatly preferable, as it would allow for continuous service provision. But the second, if invoked, would at least hold the city agency accountable to the public for its delays. IBO has analyzed how contract extensions could lead to better results with data. And as of today, human service contracts using DYC, the Department of Youth and Community Development, as an example, then this is data for contracts in 2025, there are 896 contract extensions which were registered on average 31 days late. In contrast, there are 154 solicitation requests for proposal awards, and those were registered on average about 97 days late. So that's a 66-day difference, and for a nonprofit, that is approximately 4 biweekly payrolls, nearly 1/3 of the year's rent, or et cetera, not being paid. In other words, by requiring an automatic extension, the nonprofit would have significantly less pressure through the late contract registration. In addition to the problem of late registration for competitively awarded contracts, it's important to address the lateness issues around discretionary contracts. And as we heard today, the administration is considering moving into the grant process. We'd be happy to assist you in any kind of research we could do, and also assist with research on exactly how the state advances its monies so as to simply move money through the process. Financial data on the city council contracts for 2024 indicate that they were registered about 13 months after their start dates, which would give an indicator that it's time for improvements. The mayor's city charter revision commission is proposing the potential grant process, at least for smaller awards. And given the lateness of registration, IBO also suggests continued consideration of a requirement to pay 80% of the value of such awards, including the larger ones, at the time of registration. There's agreement between the council and the administration to reinforce real accountability by setting out a clear mandate and responsibilities for MOCs, similar to those already in place for other critical mayoral functions such as the Office of Management and Budget and the Office of Operations. Further, with the improvement of contract stat, the council oversight in this area could also be strengthened. So with abbreviated testimony, I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
One, I have to start off by saying those glasses are fabulous.
But
So
no.
are yours.
Oh, thank you. But no, just. I know you said the time frame, the reasonable time frame for 1247. That was actually the original bill. But always trying to work in good partnership with the other side. They had some clear concerns about it, and so we adjusted it. But I will be looking to amend that bill to go back to its original state because clearly it's needed. So thank you. And your recommendations definitely were great, and we'll definitely be in contact to continue to have more conversation about them.
Great.
Thank you so much. I now open the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of all public shall remain silent at all times, and the witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion at the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card at the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you'll have 2 minutes to speak today. And today's hearing topics, examining late payments to human service providers, intros 1247, 1248, and 1249. If you have a written statement or additional testimony you wish to submit for the records, please provide a copy of the testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email the testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov or other email address within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recording will not be accepted. Our first panel will be Michelle Jackson from the Human Services Council, Dr. Sophine Charles, Kristen Miller, and Greg Rideout.
Well, if you have that 20/20 vision, you don't need it. All right, we all here? Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Juan and Stevens. My name is Michelle Jackson. I'm the Executive Director of the Human Services Council. I have to start by saying thank you for the passion that you're bringing to this and the attention. I've been doing this longer than I want to admit, and I'm really grateful to see the amount of focus and dedication that this issue is getting, and it's really because of the two of you, so thank you. I submitted a very lovely testimony, but today what I will be saying is a testimony that made me upset. So it's a little bit different. So I want to start by saying passion doesn't pay the bills. I have the utmost respect for my city colleagues. I appreciate first that they still answer my calls in the midst of all of this, and I know they are working on some of what can feel like the most intractable problems and really making progress in ways that will, have meaningful change. But passion doesn't pay the bills, and we did not really hear today answers on how we ended up here. How did we end up with $1 billion in unpaid invoices with 90% contracts, being registered late? There actually is a silver bullet. Pay us on time. That's it. When we're not paid on time, there are real consequences to communities. There's no space between the service and the contract. If a nonprofit is not paid on the contract, it impacts the service to the community. I will acknowledge that there have been big steps, allowance clauses, bigger advances, lots of different processes and directives that have clarified things for city agencies, and yet there's $1 billion in unpaid invoices right now amongst my membership. The way this issue is spoken about is like money is a process. Money is money. I have providers who are missing payroll, who are going into debt, and who are closing programs. Those things impact real people who receive those services and work at those programs. And I do have to spend a minute on calling out the kind of unspent fund issues. Providers are owed years of indirect, going back to FY21. Some of them never got their approved workforce enhancement funding, which means they were never able to give it out. Enhancement modifications, the indirect, all of those different things back up, and if you can't spend that money, if your contract's registered late, sometimes you can't spend all that money in a year. So they would spend all the money if their budget modifications were approved. I'm preaching to the choir here, but if I don't get a paycheck, I can't pay my bills. Providers are working with unregistered contracts, putting them at legal risk. Then their invoices have slowed down, meaning they can't get paid in a timely way, which means they're not paying their bills. Then their budget modifications aren't getting approved, meaning they can't spend for what's those unapproved expenses, and that is why we have accruals.
We love you, but you got 10 seconds.
I'm done. I'm good. That was it. I just had my last line. So, these are the reasons that we got here. It's not, and this legislation will greatly improve the process going forward, but we do need more action now in the current fiscal year. Thank you.
There we go. Good afternoon. I'm Kristen Miller. I'm Executive Director of Homeless Services United, representing over 50 nonprofits that operate shelters and homeless service programs. Thank you so much today for this hearing. We are incredibly grateful for the attention that this issue is getting. We've been talking about it for a long time and greatly appreciate not only the hearing but the bills that have been introduced. I echo a lot of what my colleague Michelle has said. It is wonderful to hear that $5.5 billion has been issued to nonprofits, but what is kind of terrifying is that there are still $5.8 billion owed to nonprofits. We are seeing headway. I too am very grateful for my colleagues at the administration. We see improvements. We see cash starting to trickle, but I think we're worried it's too little too late. We need big action, big, bold action on multiple levels in order to just get us paid. My executive directors are lying awake at night wondering about cash flow, about payroll. It should not be this way. We hear a lot about contract registration. You can't do anything without having your contract registered. But what is also just as important is the invoicing, but it's getting to the approved invoice where we see the biggest logjam. So when you hear reports of this many invoices pending, this many paid, the nuance in between is what's in limbo. What has been approved by the city, by OMB, by the agency, but not yet in someone's line item budget so that they can invoice and get paid. And I think that is the devil in the details, and that is extremely time consuming. That's where we really encourage you to keep the heat on as we are to make sure that this stuff moves. We also submitted lengthy testimony commenting on a lot more. Happy to answer questions, and again, thank you.
I put good morning in my comments, but I'll start with good afternoon. My name is Greg Rideout, and I serve as co-CEO for Organizational Advancement at Opportunities for a Better Tomorrow. We are proud members of both the Human Services Council and the New York City Employment and Training Coalition. Every year, OBT serves more than 1,500 young adults and adults, providing them with free educational and vocational programs to help them enter or advance in the New York City workforce. I first want to thank all of you for holding today's hearing and for the legislation already drafted to address what can only be described as a long-standing, deeply harmful crisis in nonprofit contracting and payment. For organizations like OBT, where over 75% of our budget supports weekly payroll and participant stipends, timely payments from the City of New York are not just an operational issue, they are a lifeline. OBT's staff, many of whom come from the same communities we serve, are a workforce in and of themselves. When city payments are delayed, it threatens our employees' stability and the essential services they deliver. Participant stipends allow us to keep our young people engaged, learning, and working towards a better future. Each year, OBT connects more than 300 young people to training and employment in healthcare, technology, and construction/renewable energy, mostly through city contracts with the New York City Department of Youth and Community Development. So delays do not just slow payments, they slow real economic opportunity for particularly young New Yorkers. I go into much more detail in the testimony that I submitted, but let me close by saying nonprofits employ nearly 20% of the city's workforce. We are the city's safety net during crises, during recovery, and every day in between. We are asked to stretch and sacrifice in ways that for-profit partners never would. We are not asking for favors, we are simply asking for fairness. If this city truly values equity, community, and opportunity, then it must show it through action.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Sophine Charles from the Council of Family and Child Caring Agencies, and my teeth are shuddering because I'm freezing here. I just want to thank the chairs, Wong and Stevens, for just really putting the spotlight on this in such a profound way. We thank you for your efforts for doing this, and on behalf of the agencies that we represent at CAFCA, the agencies that provide the foster care and prevention services, and those who really keep families stable and children at home, they're struggling. As many of our colleagues have already said, they need to keep the lights on, they need to keep, to be able to make payroll and to pay their staff. Without those delayed, backed up payments, it's tough for them to continue to work with families, and your support on this is incredibly helpful. And I just want to say that the proposed city council bills, we appreciate, very helpful, really putting the spotlight on and hopefully speeding up and getting rid of the backlog and the bottleneck. And it's important also to acknowledge that our agencies, we did a financial health report on our child welfare agencies, and about 40% of the New York City organizations have less than 15 days of cash flow on hand. Another 47% of the child welfare nonprofits, they have less than 1 month of cash revenue. And that's a real problem when they're not being paid. And the recommendation that I want to mention is streamlining New York City government contract processes. There's a clear need to reform the registration and payment systems to reduce the delays. And also, we need to have better forecasting when it comes to the future rates by keeping up with the CPI inflation rate. And I'll end by saying that we do have a city agency that works very effectively with our child welfare colleagues, and that is the Administration for Children's Services. They do a pretty good job in
That's why they wasn't here today.
That's why they're not here today?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's why they wasn't here. That's why we didn't invite them.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you anyway for your work on this.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. You have a question? Oh, I guess to me, the first question I would ask is to HSC. I know you guys have been doing a lot of surveying with your members, and could you talk a little bit about like how much is owed to the collective of your members, and also just even around some of the indirect costs? I know that's like a huge issue. Can you talk a little bit about what that loss has been around the indirect? I know you mentioned it a little bit in your testimony.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. So we did a survey, not of our full membership, but the ones who responded were owed $582 million as of about 3 weeks ago, a month ago. And obviously the comptroller has better data because everyone fills it out, and also our non-members. So that's, the $582 million is just from my membership. And then when it comes, I think that indirect is a good example of like why the problem is the worst it's ever been. It's that we're not just seeing late contract registration, we're also seeing the slow invoices and all these budget modifications that are stacking up. And indirect is certainly kind of the worst offender in that area. Providers every 3 years have to get an approved indirect cost rate. And every year it's retroactively put into their budget, which makes no sense when it should just be incorporated into their budgets, after they have an approved rate. So they have to submit a budget modification. Once you submit a budget modification, you can't submit another, and you have to wait for it to get approved. And so these budget modifications stack up on top of each other, and we've seen, particularly in DFTA, and I know Livon and others will testify with much more detail than I will, some of the providers are owed literally from FY21 when the initiative was created. They have not been paid indirect. And so they don't know if they're ever going to see that money at this point, honestly, and so that's where some of the accruals come from. They don't know, and then they have accruals, and that means they actually get less indirect because it's a percentage of the budget that you spend, and so it's a whole mess. Your face says it all, and so, but some of our organizations end up being owed $1 million or $2 million just on indirect that they're not sure, there's no guarantee that they're going to be paid for it. We haven't heard from, we know there's a directive out about it, which is great, but we're not seeing the city agencies really step up and pay that and clear that backlog.
Thank you. Greg Rideout, I just have a question even around some of the loan stuff that was like kind of talked about today. And I know your agency specifically has had like some challenges, and I know we talked extensively about the amount of interest that your agency has had to pay on it and where this left you guys. So could you talk a little bit about that experience?
Sure, it is exceedingly frustrating to hear that cited over and over and over again as the solution. I mean, it's fairly comparable to the idea of releasing as much advance as is proposed for fiscal year 26 when it requires contracts to be registered, and we all know how long that takes. But the fund is, while it is interest-free, it is not easy to complete the forms. And so why I'm not surprised to hear the numbers that were cited earlier today in terms of how much money has been distributed or how many applications have been made. I don't think it is an issue that agencies are not aware of it, because every city agency, when you go to them and you ask them for help in getting contracts registered or invoices approved, budgets approved, they will tell you to go and apply to the Fund for the City of New York. They see it as the solution. But you have to put in a grave amount of detail in terms of expenses already incurred, and there are a number of different categories, budget categories that are not included, including indirect.
Chair Stevens, if I may, we did a sample survey, and just 12 of my members about 6 weeks ago were owed $170 million by DHS. And I have a number of members who have paid over $1 million in interest on lines of credit in just 1 year.
And so obviously agencies do know about the Fund for New York and this loan, although that was stated that a lot of organizations probably don't know, because you guys are also seeking not only from there, but from other places, which is also inquiring the interest. And I know my colleague has a bill, Justin Brenner, around like the city should have to pay the interest if that's happening. And that's another one, you know, another good bill as well as too. I don't have any more questions. Do you have any questions for this panel? Well, thank you guys all for testifying today, and we appreciate the work that you continuously do.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next panel is Jody Rudin, Tierra Labrada, Gregory Morales, Lauren Siciliano, Haley Nolasco, Terry Troya, Greg Morris.
Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Wong and Chair Stevens. My name is Reverend Terry Troya. I'm the President and CEO of Project Hospitality in Staten Island. In September of 2022, we took on 2 new family shelters on Staten Island, and after an initial advance of 2 months in each shelter, we saw no additional funding until a few months ago. We went more than 2.5 years with any funding to manage those 2 shelters. We carried those shelters and an additional family shelter for nearly 2 years without reimbursement. In May of 2024, New York City owed us $16.2 million for services rendered, and I know that that's peanuts compared to the numbers that you've just heard. I met with former Deputy Mayor William Isoms, who directed us to meet ongoing with Mr. Vincent Pullo of the Department of Social Services. He's the CFO there. These meetings have been ongoing weekly since May 1st of 2024. Mr. Pullo has been incredibly gracious and his staff incredibly helpful, and 9 months later, we are now owed only $4.5 million. But that was last week, and then it went up to $11.5 million, and it goes up and down. We are grateful for the intervention of both the former deputy mayor and Mr. Pullo, but the impact of living through more than 2 years of very late payments and no payments at all, particularly for the new family shelters we opened on Staten Island have had a profound effect on our agency. We can't pay our bills. We have huge bills, and our budget is about $50 million, and most of that is city contract dollars. We've taken and used $7 million in the line of credit. We've applied for a $10 million line of credit to follow the $7 million line of credit. We spent $50,000 in loan interest in FY 2024, and we expect to pay a minimum of $100,000 interest by the end of June of this year. We haven't paid our contracted security force for our 24-hour drop-in center by the Staten Island Ferry for more than 2 years. What happened? And then you want them to bid the lowest bid on the contract in order to get the contract again. What happens when we can't pay payroll? And how much more loan money can we take out before we're denied a loan? And then what happens? We need the City Council to do a comprehensive analysis of the situation of late payments and for the City Council to implement legislation to correct the late payment situation and take on the responsibility of paying interest
10
rates.
seconds. Please wrap it up. Thank you.
For these loans that we nonprofits have to bear to keep our doors open. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Wan and Chair Stevens. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and thank you for your leadership and attention on this matter. I'm Jody Rudin. I'm the president and CEO of an organization called the Institute for Community Living, or ICL. We're a nonprofit that supports 13,000 New Yorkers each year across 140 programs, providing housing, healthcare, and recovery services. I want to express ICL's support for the legislative package under consideration today. We need cash, we need accountability, and we're grateful for your leadership. The city currently owes ICL $30 million for services we've already delivered, including housing, treatment, job support, and more. Like many nonprofits in this city, we spend an inordinate amount of time managing cash flow because the city is late paying us. It's not just an administrative burden, it is an existential threat. At times, we've been in peril of missing payroll. We've had to take out loans to cover basic operating costs, effectively acting as a bank for the city of New York. I do want to say that while the system has been broken for too long, I want to acknowledge that ICL has seen good progress and good faith efforts from our partners in agencies in recent months. We were at 60 million outstanding 3 months ago. Now we're at 30 million. I want to give credit where it's due. I also feel a little bit vulnerable disclosing this because I'm worried if there's a sense of progress, the city will move on and perhaps focus on nonprofits in more dire shape, and we can't continue to have 30 million in receivables. Nonprofits like ICL are, as you know, the backbone of the city's safety net, and it's time for a contracting system that supports us too. Thanks again for the opportunity and your leadership.
Exactly 2 minutes. That was fantastic. Thank you. All right, let me see if I can do this. All right, thank you, Chair Stevens. Thank you, Chair Wan. Thank you for this hearing today, and I really do appreciate your leadership. My name is Tiara Labrada, and I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Supportive Housing Network of New York. We are a nonprofit membership organization representing the developers, owners, and operators of supportive housing, collectively operating about 62,000 units across the city. I'm not going to preach to the choir here, but I am going to read from my testimony. As you know, supportive housing providers routinely begin delivering services and housing tenants before contracts are registered or payments are received. While we do recognize the administration's progress in clearing some of the backlogs and the announcement about advances, the underlying structural issues do remain. At this time, just 5 of our members are collectively owed about $318 million, $165 million of that from previous fiscal years. Jody is one of those. That's not even including Reverend Troy is over here. One of our members reported $4 million in delayed payments on a contract of on a budget, an organizational budget of $18 million. In other words, 22% of their entire budget is outstanding. With that, we do support the legislation under consideration today. And again, thank you for your thoughtful approach. We also strongly support increasing the budget for the Returnable Grant Fund and including the ICR in that. Supportive housing providers are unique in that their contracts can expand across various agencies, and the discrepancies between each agency's contracting and invoicing process is cumbersome and confusing. I was very pleased to hear about the rollout of some updates to Passport, including a dashboard that tells you where your invoices are in the process. I think that's going to be great. A couple of other recommendations that we have is like simplifying the data entry process by creating auto-populated fields in Passport, streamlining, again, the contract and approval process across agencies, and I know that's something that this legislation is going to support. And there's like, this is very nuanced, but like blocking errors that our members are always talking about. And so creating some sort of database that allows for providers to understand why they are not able to submit their invoices in Passport. Thank you so much. Look at that. I got 7 seconds left.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Chair Juan and Chair Stevens. My name is Lauren Siciliano, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Legal Aid Society. I'm here today on behalf of a coalition of legal services providers whose work benefits millions of New Yorkers each year. We defend people against incarceration, deportation, and eviction, and are a lifeline to New Yorkers in need. We're grateful for the package of legislation introduced by the Council to address the contracting and payment issues, and greatly appreciate the Council's focus on tracking procurement and registration timelines. We certainly believe this is an imperative step, but we also believe that additional steps must be taken to address the issues that cause delays after registration, and I want to highlight just a couple. The first is budget approval. Just to take one example from fiscal year 25, despite timely registration of our housing contracts, our coalition only started receiving budget approvals in late January. That meant that more than 7 months into the year, we were still not able to submit invoices for payment. After months of advocacy alongside with providers who were at risk of not making payroll or had to take out high-interest loans, we were ultimately able to secure additional advances, and working with Director Cedillo and others, we were able to start receiving payment after these delays. The second issue that I'd like to highlight is invoice review. There's been a lot of discussion on that today, so I'll just echo that when submitting invoices or budget modifications, we face an incredibly onerous and ever-changing process that varies from agency to agency, and these delays have an enormous impact on cash flow as well. The last issue I'll highlight is that payments to nonprofits are often delayed when funding is confirmed late. There was some discussion on this around the indirect cost rate, so just to highlight, the rate is confirmed through the MOX application process, but the exact dollar value is often confirmed very late in the fiscal year or even sometimes after, which makes it very difficult to access that funding. I just want to thank the Council for your leadership on these issues and urge you to consider causes of delays after registration.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens and Juan. My name is Haley Nolasco, and I'm the Senior Director of Government Relations at the Center for Justice Innovation. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. Nonprofit and human services organizations are the backbone of our city, with 13,000 nonprofits contributing nearly $78 billion annually to the local economy and employing nearly 1 in 5 New Yorkers, most of whom are women and people of color. This sector not only empowers our economy, but also advances equity in communities too often left behind. In the Bronx alone, over a third of residents work in nonprofits. These workers keep our hospitals, schools, courts, and family services running, forming the heart of our social safety net. Yet we're in crisis. According to the Human Services Council, which I believe just testified earlier, 68 nonprofits with over 1,000 city contracts are owed $385 million due to delayed payments. Nearly half have had to take out loans totaling over $87 million, accruing to $6 million in interest, money that could have been going to serve our communities in needs and not banks. The Center for Justice Innovation is no exception to that. We are currently waiting on approximately $38 million from the city. That's money already spent on grants to local businesses, youth stipends, case management for thousands in supervised release and diversion programs, and violence intervention and prevention services. In 2022, we paid $400,000 in interest alone, significant funds that again could have gone directly to our communities. At a time when critical funding is also at risk, we must resolve the city issue of delayed payments. Nonprofits need timely reimbursement to fulfill our missions. Delays force cuts, stress staff, and compromised care for those who need it the most. Thank you both so much for your leadership in addressing this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much for making this time. My name is Greg Morris. I'm the CEO of the New York City Employment and Training Coalition. I'm going to defer to members of the coalition on what has become an agonizing effort for them to support workforce development and workforce development providers, given the city's broken contracting system. Instead, I'm going to pivot to some open-ended questions from this hearing that you have either asked directly, teed up, or I think we're all wondering about, which goes like this. The city's announcement of unprecedented advance payments raises a simple question: why now? And more importantly, once the money has been recouped, will nonprofits still be trapped in a contracting maze that is supposed to enable the public good, but has instead become one of the greatest barriers to it? Why is the process for compensating essential work so slow, opaque, and punitive? Are there enough staff in place to make it less slow, opaque, and punitive? Have we invested enough in the technology, digital platforms to increase the speed, transparency, and accuracy of the systems that can make contracting less slow, opaque, and punitive? Who's responsible for improving performance at the end of the day? And who does that person report to? And is that contracting crisis at the top of that person's agenda? For how long will it be at the top of the agenda? Are those people going to be in those positions for very long enough to fix the particular problems we're talking about? Is the city's nonprofit contracting failure by design? And if so, what does that say about what we value in our city? What does that say about who we value? Don't we value public safety? If so, do we tell police departments to wait for back pay? And why isn't there the same urgency for hiring social workers and childcare workers as there is for hiring police officers? Is this a matter of perception? Why do we fail to appreciate the full value that nonprofits provide? Do we falsely assume that some aspect of city life is untouched by nonprofit services? Do we fail to respect nonprofits because the sector is predominantly staffed by Black and brown women whose labor is chronically and historically undervalued? Now, how do we feel about that? Do we understand that nonprofits are not optional accessories? Do we see them as connective tissue between public systems and private markets? Do we understand that they are essential businesses, not charitable add-ons? Can we choose not to act incrementally or symbolically, but instead strategically and structurally to stabilize and advance a sector that commits $80 billion a year to New York City's economy, nearly 10% of its GDP? If we continue to sideline and stifle organizations that hold communities together, aren't we further fueling a collapse of public trust, deepening inequities, and destabilizing the city itself? Can we see as begging? Can we be seen as building, not begging? Can we be seen as essential economic engines? Can the city afford to fund and fix systems failing our nonprofits? Can it afford not to? We support your legislation while we work towards answering those questions.
Well, thank you very much. I think those were some great questions. And the beautiful thing is the executive director has stayed behind. Give a shout out to him because they typically don't stay. You should give him those questions so he can get back to us. But thank you so much. I didn't even notice. No, he's here. He's here. Shout out to him. He said, I'm going to stay and listen.
I didn't even see him. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, you have questions?
I did, but they're already leaving.
Okay. Okay, our next panel is going to be Faith Baham, Molly Ederle, Sophia Cohen-Smith, Rachel Gazdick, Joseph Rosenberg, and William Jourdain.
Thank you, Chairpersons Juan, Stevens, and members of the committees on Contracts and Children and Youth for holding this oversight hearing and for the opportunity to submit testimony. My name is Faith Baham. I'm a manager of government and external relations at UJA Federation of New York. Established more than 100 years ago, UJA Federation is one of the nation's largest local philanthropies. Central to UJA's mission is to care for those in need, identifying and meeting the needs of New Yorkers of all backgrounds and Jews everywhere. UJA supports an expansive network of nearly 100 nonprofit organizations serving the most vulnerable and allocates over $185 million annually to address the needs of communities across New York City, Westchester, and Long Island. UJA's nonprofit partners host some of the largest social services programs in the city, including but not limited to summer youth employment programs, summer rising programs, kosher food pantries, supports for Holocaust survivors, and older adult centers. Nonprofits in UJA's networks have experienced delayed payments from several city agencies, including New York City Public Schools and the Department of Youth and Community Development. Recently, DYCD has been the worst offender, struggling to register contracts and approve budgets and invoices, resulting in delayed payments to nonprofits. This is a very small sampling, but recently I was told by one agency They stated as of late April 2025, their DYCD fiscal year 25 discretionary contracts, which amount to over 1.4 million, are either partially registered or not officially registered. Another agency is owed over $1 million from DYCD between unpaid invoices from fiscal year 2024 and 2025, stating DYC's process for approving budgets and invoices takes too long to complete. Nonprofits have also struggled to benefit from the indirect cost rate funding. In January 2025, nonprofits were asked to begin gathering information needed to receive the ICR in fiscal year 2026. Meanwhile, they still did not receive the funding for the ICR from fiscal year 23 through 25. We thank some members of the City Council for recognizing how late payments impact human services providers and the programs they offer to their communities.
Thank you to the chair and members of the committee for championing these bills and for your long-standing support of New York Edge. I'm Rachel Gazdick, the CEO of New York Edge. We serve 33,000 students in 136 schools throughout all 5 boroughs of New York. We have 4 beacon centers, 21 community schools, and 4 food pantries. Just to give the panel a sense, our line of credit before the passport implementation, our interest would run about $70,000 a year. It's now at 1.1 million and continues to grow, and we have maxed out our line of credit and have had to meet with the banks around whether they'll continue the line. This is a very serious issue. I have an expansive staff, probably unlike smaller not-for-profits. I have 9 people that can process this in our finance department, but with 3 fiscal years open. So if we're going to give the city 20 people, I need somebody to give me 20 people, because I have about 10 that can handle a year's worth of work, not 3 years. And every time we have to, and DYCD has been great in working with us and the city as well, but the volume and our staff continuously having to shift their priorities back and forth because the system can only handle one thing at a time. When contract amendments go in, it moves and rejects all the pending budget mods, and it creates a freeze on invoicing. And we go through this constantly. So it's not unlike what anyone else has said today, but it is crucial that these issues are addressed immediately so we can continue. And we also provide Summer Rising, about 15,000 kids in Summer Rising, and that's becoming increasingly challenging. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Co-chairs Juan and Stevens, I guess, walked off for a little bit. To our city officials who stuck around, my name is William Jourdain, and I have the honor and blessing to serve as Executive Director of Woodside on the Move, a grassroots nonprofit serving Western Queens for nearly 50 years. We provide critical services in youth development, housing advocacy, economic empowerment, and cultural programming. We're also a proud member of the Stabilizing NYC Coalition, working to protect affordable housing and empower tenants across the city. We meet and often exceed our contractual obligations. We deliver, but the city doesn't. For example, we're still owed roughly $1 million from HPD, and that's just one city agency, and we're unable to fully process FY23 deliverables due to delays in documentation from HPD, which highlights the complete bureaucratic maze. This isn't just frustrating, it's destabilizing. We've applied for RGF loans just to stay afloat, but that process is another bureaucratic maze. First the agency, then MOX, costing us time and capacity we can't afford to lose. Discretionary contracts are even worse. They're rarely processed within the fiscal year, and there are no advances. We're forced to start services without funding, effectively floating the city's obligations with nonprofit dollars. Let's be honest. If we were a year late submitting deliverables, our contracts would be canceled. But when the city is a year late on payments, nothing happens. No accountability, no urgency. This is not a bookkeeping problem, it's a public accountability failure. Late payments jeopardize programs, delay hiring, and weaken the very infrastructure of our communities. We urge the council to pass Intro 1247, 1248, and 1249. These bills set real deadlines for registration and payments, increase transparency, and begin restoring trust between the city and its nonprofit partners. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Wan. My name is Sophia Cohen-Smith, and I'm honored to serve as the Senior Development Manager for PowerPlay NYC. On behalf of our executive team, I want to express our sincere gratitude for your leadership and continued support of youth-serving organizations across the city. For 27 years, PowerPlay has remained steadfast in our mission to empower girls, primarily young women of color, from under-resourced communities through sports-based youth development. Every year, we serve over 1,000 youth across all 5 boroughs of New York City, helping them grow stronger physically, emotionally, and academically. Our programs are completely free, offered in partnership with Title I schools and community-based organizations, and serve as lifelines for many young people who would otherwise have no access to safe spaces for physical activity, mentorship, or leadership development. Today, I urge the City Council for support in ensuring timely payments to human service providers like ourselves. The continued pattern of delayed reimbursements from city contracts places immense strain on organizations that are already navigating an increasingly hostile fiscal landscape, particularly those like PowerPlay, whose work centers on equity and inclusion. As you know, the national backlash against diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI efforts, has intensified, and with it, funding opportunities for community-based organizations advancing racial and gender equity are rapidly shrinking. Compounded with delays in payments to human service providers such as ourselves, we are expected to do more with less funding, less flexibility, and less time, while still meeting the deepening needs of the communities we serve. In this climate, delayed payments from public agencies are not just inconvenient, they are existential threats. What's at stake is cash flow crises. Delayed payments disrupt our ability to maintain programming, rent safe play spaces, pay staff, and fulfill contractual obligations. Talent recognition, the inconsistent cash flow jeopardizes staff morale and retention, as well as service disruptions. Delays risk forcing cancellation of high-impact programs for girls and young women who rely on our services for physical activity, mentorship, and leadership development. It is critical that the city honors its commitments by releasing payments on time so that organizations like PowerPlay can remain focused on what we do best, serving communities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Good afternoon, Chair Wan, Chair Stevens. Thank you for holding this hearing today and your continued leadership on this issue. My name is Molly Eckerly, and I'm a policy associate at the Metropolitan Council on Jewish Poverty. Met Council is the country's largest Jewish charity dedicated to fighting poverty, providing a wide array of support to over 320,000 New Yorkers annually, regardless of religious observance. Met Council's capacity to provide supportive services to hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers every year is directly tied to funding from city contracts. An immense burden is placed on the organization when contract registration is delayed and when contracts are not paid in a timely manner. Particularly in the face of recent and looming federal funding cuts, it's essential that the city act and minimize late payments to nonprofit organizations. Without timely payments from the city, organizations are put in a position to begin spending money on services before they receive funds. Met Council provides essential services to New Yorkers in all 5 boroughs every day, and any delay in service dramatically impacts the health and well-being of vulnerable New Yorkers. The mayor's commitment to dramatically increase advance payments to nonprofits is encouraging and a definitive step in the right direction to ensure that nonprofits can provide the services New Yorkers need. Additionally, we want to thank Speaker Adams and Chair Brannon and the Council for your continued efforts to support New York City's nonprofits. The 3 proposals under consideration today have the potential to significantly reduce the burdens currently faced by Met Council and other nonprofits with city contracts. These changes working together could make a real change to the financial stability of New York City's nonprofit sector. Nonprofits have shouldered the challenges of retroactive contract registration and delayed city payments for decades. This issue is now more urgent than ever before. The federal government is making sweeping cuts to the social safety net and eliminating supports for low-income Americans. Met Council and other nonprofits are facing unprecedented funding cuts, and for Met Council alone, millions of dollars in federal funding have already been frozen, cut, or are under threat. In this time of immense uncertainty, the role of the city is vital, and prompt and reliable payments are not just helpful, they're essential to sustaining the services New Yorkers rely on every day. We thank you for your time today, and we hope to continue to work with this committee and City Council to meet the needs of all New Yorkers.
Good afternoon, Chair Wan. I'm Joe Rosenberg, Director of the Catholic Community Relations Council, representing the Archdiocese of New York and the Diocese of Brooklyn and Queens. Thank you for your long-term support of nonprofit, human service providers, and our need for contract reform. For over a century, Catholic Charities of both dioceses have served the basic needs of New Yorkers every day of every year. There are food pantries for those who are hungry, housing for the homeless and the elderly. Support services and legal representation are provided for refugees, immigrants, and unaccompanied minors who have fled the violence of their home countries. Youth programs deliver early childhood support, school dropout prevention, and vocational training. At times, we must be reminded that there is not just a public sector and a private sector that serve our city. There is also a nonprofit sector, one that is often the first responder to natural, economic, and even political crises. Right now, all nonprofit human service providers are in a critical situation. As federal programs serving vulnerable Americans are being eliminated or severely cut, the need for our services have never been greater. The challenges we face have rarely been more threatening or extreme. A continuing and long-standing obstacle that all nonprofit providers confront in our city is the lack of prompt payment when awarded service contracts. With unprecedented federal budget cuts targeted at the nonprofit sector, it is crucial that the city expedite all contract payments. Without such reform, New Yorkers will encounter difficulties obtaining the services they need, while providers will continue to face precarious financial situations. No justification exists for awarded monies to be delayed for months and even years from being delivered to nonprofits. We support all three bills that are on today's agenda, especially Intro 1247, which will require immediate payment to a nonprofit provider of 80% of an awarded contract following the contract's registration by the controller. This reform would provide nonprofits with a greater percentage of funds earlier in the procurement process and would be invaluable in assisting our clients. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next panel is Lauren Schuster, Christina Abatista, Dr. Roderick Jones, Catherine Trapani, Chris Mann, and Christopher Walters. Walters? What is I don't see it on the list.
I think it's Walter.
Oh, Christopher Walter. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your leadership and frankly for your patience on a very long hearing. My name is Catherine Trapani. I am the Assistant Vice President for Public Policy at Volunteers of America, Greater New York. I've submitted much lengthier testimony for the record, but for the sake of brevity, I'm just going to give you the highlights, or in our case, perhaps the lowlights. We are owed $32 million by the City of New York, and payments for services already rendered, for services such as supportive housing, shelter, and economic empowerment services. We have spent last year $1 million on our line of credit and are projected to spend $1.5 million in fiscal 25. The fiscal strain has become untenable, and it has already impacted our ability to provide high-quality services. We've delayed the opening of one shelter, returned the contract for 2 more, and we still have not been able to give our staff much-needed increases that were promised for them under the COLA initiative. It's really unconscionable. The following actions are needed immediately to preserve the sector and, frankly, our survival. We need a huge infusion of cash in that returnable loan fund. Our estimate is $500 million. The fact that $30 million was characterized as healthy to me is offensive when I alone am owed $32 million. And the fact that the fund is underutilized is really not because there's not a need, but because we've submitted over 40 applications, 6 of which have been approved. So the process is slow, it is limited, and it is very challenging, and that's why we're forced to rely on private loans. We also need to ensure that every outstanding budget amendment for the current and prior fiscal years is immediately cleared. Everything for FY26 is due tomorrow. And so we want to make sure that our budgets for FY26 are started with the true cost of doing business. We also applaud the committee's efforts to get additional staffing for MOCS, DSS, DHS, DOHMH, so that they have the infrastructure to do all of the good work. Finally, I just want to express my support for the legislative solutions and believe that an 80% advance would go a huge, long way to repairing these issues in the future. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, and thank you. My name is Lauren Schuster. I am the Vice President of Government Affairs at Urban Resource Institute. Thank you, Chair Wan, and to the staff for this very long day and for holding this hearing. It signals your recognition of the impact that late payments and contracting have on our agencies and the people who we serve. It also signals your continued partnership on this issue, for which we are truly grateful. URI is the largest provider of domestic violence shelter services in the country. We're also a leading provider of transitional housing to families experiencing homelessness. Today, we are currently owed more than $20 million from the New York City Department of Social Services. That means combined, Catherine and my organization are owed $52 million from the city. Our funding is, our receivables are dated as far back to fiscal year 2023. Working closely with DSS, we've made progress and received payment on some of these outstanding invoices. We're grateful for that, but we need to be made whole to ensure that we don't get this backed up again. Payment delays of this magnitude create significant cash flow issues. We recently pulled a line of credit that cost us $38,000 in interest. This is money that we will never get back. It is money that we will never be able to use to support our residents, our participants, or our staff. URI supports Intro 1247, 48, and 49. Taken together, these bills will help accelerate the future payments and create accountability among agency staff. It's also critical that these agencies have the resources that they need in terms of training and headcount to get this done. We are grateful for your partnership and look forward to continuing to work together to address these issues. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairs Wan and Stevens. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name's Chris Mann. I'm the AVP of Policy and Advocacy at WIN, the largest provider of shelter and supportive housing for families with children in New York City. Every night, nearly 7,000 people, including 3,800 children, call WIN home across our 16 shelters and nearly 500 units of permanent supportive housing. But we, like many providers, are being destabilized by chronic delays in city payments. WIN's currently owed $4.5 million in back payments from the city. Sad to say that that's one of the lower numbers at this table. On average, it takes at least 6 months for our contracts to get registered. We're forced to open sites and house clients months before any payments are issued. We've lost key contractors, including those repairing essential infrastructure, such as plumbing, elevators, because we were waiting on funds from the city to pay them. When the city doesn't pay us, it's not just a budget issue. It delays critical repairs, hampers services, and significantly erodes the quality of life for families that call WIN home. That's why we strongly support Intros 1247, 1248, and 1249. Providing 80% of contract value upfront after registration would go a long way to resolving some of these issues. 1248, which creates a centralized Department of Contract Services to simplify and standardize contracting processes across agencies. 1249 requires agencies to submit annual reports and corrective actions. Again, all of these would go a long way towards helping resolve some of these issues. New York's nonprofit sector is holding up the safety net, but the procurement system is breaking us. These reforms are necessary, overdue, and meaningful steps towards fixing this broken system. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Wan, Chair Stevens, and members of the committees. My name is Christina Abatista, and I'm the policy analyst at Urban Pathways, a nonprofit homeless services and supportive housing provider serving over 2,500 single adults annually. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We appreciate the Council's understanding of the detrimental effect that compounding late contracting issues has on human services providers and the communities we serve. The Backlog Initiative created meaningful reforms to address the procurement challenges faced by nonprofits. However, there continue to be months of catch-up needed in the contracting process and getting reimbursements for services provided. The lack of timeliness in payments threatens the sustainability of our programs and organization. It makes it difficult to pay staff, vendors, and run programs for the people we serve. Currently, Urban Pathways is owed almost $1.5 million by DHS, which contracts our drop-in center, safe havens, and stabilization beds, and around $2 million by DOHMH, which contracts our permanent supportive housing. The city must hold each agency accountable to pay invoices on time and clear the backlog of contracting actions. To create a fair and transparent contracting system, the Council must stand with the human services sector by passing the following bill package. Intro 1247 require the city to immediately release 80% of contract funds upon registration. Timely access to these funds ensures we can meet ongoing program needs and continue supporting the most vulnerable New Yorkers without interruption. Intro 1249 requiring agency corrective action plans for retroactive contract registration. Human services providers should not be penalized for delays that are entirely out of our control. Intro 1248, create a Department of Contract Services to oversee contracting and ensure consistent policies across agencies. A centralized office would reduce bureaucratic redundancies by streamlining agency payment practices. Thank you for your time, and there's more details in my written testimony.
Thank you to the chairs and to the council. I appreciate your leadership on this important topic. I've submitted my testimony, so I'll try to, you've heard, I think, very compelling from my colleagues, the challenges the nonprofit community faces. My name is Chris Waller. I'm the Executive Vice President in the Center for Employment Opportunities. We're the largest provider of transition employment services for people leaving incarceration. We are a proud member of the New York City Employment Training Coalition. And, you know, the people who come to us at CEO are people who are desperate, in need of employment, in need of jobs. And our work helps them to connect to employment in this city. So we serve employers that are local, we serve justice-impacted people who are leaving, and the evidence in our program shows that it reduces recidivism. I'm here today really in support of the bill package. You know, our New York City office is owed about $8 million. 5.7 million of that are from city agencies. And when you think about what that pays for, it pays for our staff, it pays for support services for people who are coming home. There's not really dedicated funding for people who are justice impacted and leaving incarceration as there are for other populations. So we really rely on the ability of our government partners to pay for services. The other point that I want to make too that I think is important, CEO, the success of our model that began here in New York City, we're now in 30 cities across the country and 12 states. No other, everyone in government pays slow. We measure in other states by months, how long it takes to get paid. In New York City, by years. And I'll give you one example in my brief time left. We stood up in an emergency during COVID in April of 2020 to support the hotels for people who are coming out of incarceration. We did not get paid for that work until 2023. Even though we provided for our city at that point. Our crews went out and supported the city in the time of crisis. So it's an example of the challenges that we all in the nonprofit community face. So thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you so much. Executive Director Cedillo, did you have any questions? If you ever have questions, just let me know. Okay. Oh, okay, great. Our next panel is Jeremy Kaplan, Marcus Jackson, Christopher Hanway, Carlin Cohen, Kate Connolly, and Win Periyansami.
Thank you, Chairs Juan and Stevens. My name is Jeremy Kaplan. I'm the Executive Director of Encore Community Services. We provide 800,000 meals a year, case management, affordable and supportive housing, and critical community services for older adults. At the end of 2021, at the same time that our organization was called on by the city to provide emergency meals to 9,000 people daily across Brooklyn, Bronx, and Staten Island, our CFO completed all of the required processes to get Encore's actual indirect cost rate approved. Leading up to a December 31st deadline, after weeks and weeks of asking the MOC's help desk for technical assistance with their own spreadsheet, specifically assistance with a formula in the MOC spreadsheet, we got absolutely no response from the MOC's help desk. We submitted the application in the spreadsheet anyway, before the deadline. Our verified indirect rate was denied because of an error in a cell related to the exact questions for which we were asking technical assistance. We were reverted to an ICR de minimis of 10% when our verified and true indirect rate was 19%, and we were told by MOCs to take the difference from programs and services that we're providing to older New Yorkers. 2 years later, Director Flores and her team reviewed the situation and agreed that the original decision was wrong and that MOCs reversed the decision and said that Encore is in fact owed our true indirect rate. And they instructed all of our city funding agencies to pay Encore retroactively to fiscal year 2022 using our allowance amendment, totaling up to $2 million. Today we're owed $3 million. To this day, we have not seen a dime of that money for services that we rendered back to 2021. Despite the rate being verified and accepted by the city, despite MOCs directing the agencies to pay for it. Our funding agencies tell me that it's being held up by OMB. OMB tells us that it's being held up by the city agencies. It's just a vicious cycle. We need to get paid. We need help. We can't make payroll. We can't pay our vendors. Thank you so much for your attention to this matter.
Good afternoon, council members. I appreciate your time today. My name is Marcus Jackson. I'm the age-friendly community organizer with Encore Community Services. I just want to say that Encore exists because New York committed to care for its most vulnerable and chose nonprofits like ours to do the work. Though we appreciate the announcements made about increased advances, we also know the city will recoup them back faster than they pay us for our actual invoices. Our partnership with the city is now strained to the breaking point, and here's some reasons why. My colleague just mentioned some unpaid bills, but Encore is owed up to $3 million at any given time, with reimbursements going back as far as fiscal year 2022, including indirect cost claims that the city has already approved. We have uneven enforcement while funds sit in limbo. The city is quick to fine us. Last month, we got collections notice from the city, which is frankly ridiculous considering that the city owes Encore millions. Program impact. Delays force us to stretch meal budgets, postpone supply orders, freeze new programs despite rising need. We hesitate to hire and retain staff without guaranteed salaries. Frontline workers stay late, spend their own money, and shoulder extra stress because the mission can't pause. It's a ripple effect on small businesses as well. Many vendors we pay are minority and women-owned. We can't meet our obligations, their cash flow, and their employees' livelihoods suffer. There's a community credibility impact. I personally recruit local businesses and institutions to join Encore's aging-friendly discount network, and it is hard to ask them to step up when the city is lagging on its own bills. These are problems that are systemic. Slow contract registrations, chronic reimbursement delays, and no clear accountability. New York cannot call itself a progressive leader while treating the nonprofit sector as an afterthought. We are not asking for handouts, we're not asking for favors, only for the city to honor its signed contracts and pay promptly, fairly, and consistently. Doing so will stabilize essential services, protect small vendors, and uphold promises the council has made for older adults. Encore stands ready to keep delivering. We need the city to be a reliable partner our community deserves. Thank you for your time, and I'm open to any questions.
Good afternoon, Chair Wan and Chair Stevens. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing. My name is Carlin Cowan, pronouns they, them, and I'm the Chief Policy and Public Affairs Officer at CPC, the Chinese American Planning Council. As you know, CPC serves over 80,000 Asian American, immigrant, and low-income New Yorkers each year. It's been a long day, so I'll try to keep this quick, but I have submitted a full written testimony. CPC is waiting on over $2 million from the city. And from the sounds of today's hearing and rally, we are some of the lucky ones because a lot of providers here are owed a whole lot more. While we appreciate the city's announcement about providing more advances, that's really exciting news. The reality is when we wait for oftentimes over a year for our contracts, I'm not an English major, but advances is maybe not the word that I would use for that. So, a word that I will offer today for how nonprofits like CPC feel is scrambling. We are often scrambling to figure out how we are going to make payroll, buy, again, life-saving things for our community members through our programs. And then when contracts finally do get registered and advances do get paid, often seemingly randomly, we're then scrambling to spend down before the contract is over. So thank you so much for your leadership on this. We are grateful to both of you, to Speaker Adams, Chair Brannan, for putting forth these important bills, and we hope that instead of scrambling, nonprofits will be able to be stable when you pass them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Wan, Chair Stevens, and no other committee members right now. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify today. My name is Christopher Hanway, and I'm the Executive Director of Jacob A. Reese Neighborhood Settlement, a 136-year-old community-based organization that provides holistic, multi-generational services to the residents of public housing in Western Queens. We are proud to be represented by Councilmember and Contracts Chair Wan in the Council, and we are very grateful for the work that she, Chair Stevens, and others here today continue to do to alleviate the situation around late contract registration and payment in our city. Yet the problem persists and appears to be getting worse because the executive branch over several administrations simply is not taking this crisis seriously enough. Resettlement is currently owed over $600,000 in overdue payments from our two primary government funders, DYCD and DFTA, and almost half of these funds are for services provided in the previous year, FY24. While this might seem like a small amount compared to some of our larger colleagues, it is important to note that about a month ago, that amount was almost $1 million, and keep in mind that the amount in question is a significant percentage of our overall budget of $8 million. Combine that with the almost $250,000 owed to us by our New York State partners, and the crisis is compounded further. In addition to affecting how we work with community, I'd like to highlight some of the lesser-known dilemmas that this situation puts us in. First is the human capital that is expended by myself, our contracts manager, our fiscal team, and our program leaders in trying to collect these funds through emails, phone calls, conversations, outreach to our elected officials for assistance, etc. This consumes time and energy that we should be devoting to strategic program development, evaluation and improvement of programs, deepening ties with community, and in my case, raising private funds. Second is the reliance on quote-unquote advances. We have spent countless hours employing funders for additional, 2 minutes already? For additional advances. And as many have said, the advances are not advances because this is money we should have had long ago, and those advances have to be recouped just as much as the initial advances. So I'll stop there, but there's more in my submitted testimony. I clearly read way too slowly. Thank you very much.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Kate Connolly, and I am a senior policy analyst for United Neighborhood Houses, an umbrella organization that represents settlement houses across New York State. We'll submit a more detailed written testimony, but I'll use my time to comment on what we've heard today. First, we appreciate that multiple agencies are working on the issue of late payments every day. However, despite recognition that this is a major issue, the city still owes human service providers a lot of money. From a survey of some of UNH's members, we calculated that the city owes over $90 million across 16 of our members. They're not alone. Earlier at the rally, as some folks referenced, we heard providers sharing that they're owed $15, $20, $32 million for services already provided. Late payments are not the fault of any one particular agency, but are a consistent fact of life for all human service providers at this point. And like we've mentioned, the advances that have been announced are not actually advances. In fact, I've heard from providers who've utilized the returnable grant fund to hold them over until they can get their advance, which will help them float programming until they're actually paid for their work. I was also going to end by using DYCD's Summer Rising program as an example of the flaws in this system and how they impact providers, but Chair Stevens beat me to it. That situation is not at all unique and is often compounded by late payments across multiple programs. When nonprofits are owed funding across multiple contracts and from multiple city agencies, payroll is threatened, program delivery is limited, and program staff and community members are the ones who wind up bearing the brunt of these delays. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairs Juan, Stevens, Speaker Adams, Chair Brannon, member and central staff, and the council for your attention to this hearing and to this work over so much time. My name is Wynn Periasamy. I'm the Director of External Affairs, speaking on behalf of President Rod Jones of Goddard Riverside, who unfortunately had to step away. We're a multi-service social services agency and settlement house serving 20,000 New Yorkers from youth to through older adulthood. We as a sector have been here many, many times before. You know this, we know this, and we share many, our agency shares many of the problems and experiences of our colleagues across this sector, across services, across communities, with our DYCD contracts experiencing some of the worst delays. As a result, Goddard is one of the organizations, Kate just mentioned, that is experiencing an overall $15 million in delayed payments across the board. This is past work rendered but unpaid, work we can't start because of past payments we still await, and staff capacity and care towards reconciling payments of often far past that could be put towards work of present and future. We've seen improvements, and we appreciate the attention and care from government partners like you all that has helped us get here. We echo our partners in the sector now and ongoing when we ask you to keep your eyes and your fire on this work. Goddard supports the legislation on the agenda today and thinks there's additional lessons that could be learned from places like federal procurement, which can have upfront lines of credit and simplified auditing processes, and we'd be happy to discuss in future conversations. These are painful cycles, and we need ongoing partnership and creativity to ensure both providers and government can focus most on the point of these contracts, services for New Yorkers. Thank you so much for the time and the work.
Thank you so much. Our next set of panelists is Katie Gowal-Stiggy, Kevin Koprovsky, Andrew Santa Ana, Sharon Brown, Nadia Swanson, and Trenton Price.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for your time. I'm Katie Gowal-Stiggy. I'm the CEO of Goodwill New York, New Jersey, and I really appreciate the legislation put forward today. Goodwill was founded in Brooklyn in 1915, and we provide employment services to over 9,000 New Yorkers each year here. To focus on late payments, let me just tell you, we're owed $8 million from HRA and from Department of Health. We provide mental health, autism services, and TANF supports. This also includes, as was mentioned earlier, City Council Speakers Initiative, but that is just $200,000 of all of that, so it's certainly not the majority. We are also paying this year and every year about $500,000 in interest on our lines of credit. So in total, if I add all that up, it's about $8.4 million. Essential services are just assumed to be covered with our late contracting, not just late payments, but obviously the contract registration. We have our contract registrations with HRA have consistently been 5 to 8 months late in registering. I just want to point out some of the important things that you've already heard, but that staff are spending countless hours dealing with administrative issues that could be better spent enhancing services, developing new programs, or working directly with the people we serve. Additionally, we must spend time fundraising for money. No one has a gala to raise $500,000 to pay the bank, and unfortunately, that is what is happening. Everyone wants to make sure that their donors and their committees and their community members are getting funding for the services they want. We really appreciate this. I also appreciate the Department of Contract Services, and I want to suggest a single audit, like the single federal audit, and I also want to make sure that you are looking at the metrics in Passport. We have had many things canceled in Passport. It's like pushing the plane back and then saying it's an on-time departure. They are canceling the items in Passport and then saying that they are done. So I would appreciate you looking at that as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Stephen and Juan, for holding this hearing. My name is Kevin Kaprowski, and I am the Director of Public Policy for Live on New York. We represent over 110 community-based nonprofits that provide core services under the New York City Aging Portfolio. Basically, if it keeps an older person independent in their home, we probably represent them. This has been an issue for years and years, but it is particularly problematic now for two reasons. One, the federal government got rid of the Administration for Community Living, which is what pays all of the aging services out for everyone in our network. And two, the mayor has decided to cut $100 million from DFTA's $500 million budget. So our members are particularly scared about money that they haven't been paid yet and getting paid in the future. There are a few key issues that I think are specific to aging. I'm not going to repeat everything that everyone else has. One, ICR deltas have not been paid for 5 full years of service and that have already been rendered. There are people in our network that need $5 million, $8 million, and across our network it's probably closer to $50 million. These are people who have been putting together ungodly coalitions of funding to make sure that they can keep their programs running, and this time are starting to find issues that are making them question if they can make payroll. So we're really at a critical level there. Second, the Passport system has unnecessarily created bottlenecks in payments. I've been told that Passport can't process multiple year ICRs at the same time, which doesn't make sense to me. I don't know how that works, but it should be able to do that. And the second thing is, we were told that you had to pick COLA or ICR because Passport can't process 2 separate payment streams at the same time. So there definitely needs to be a review of Passport functionality because it is preventing money from getting out the door. And we don't think that the system that's meant to facilitate payment should be stopping payment. Next, we need to standardize payment processes across all agencies. There's a lot of idiosyncratic decision-making among program officers that just leads to capricious denials of invoices and budget mods that, there's no standardization there that our members can see. So even though, once things are invoiced properly, they get paid out, what is properly depends on what day you're talking to who. And the last one, we support the passage of all the bills on today's agenda. 1247 will alleviate some of these cash flow intros. 1248 will alleviate some of these standardization issues, and 1249 will bring to light the scale of the issue, but we just need this money out. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens and Chair Juan. My name is Nadia Swanson, pronouns they, them, Director of Technical Assistance and Advocacy at the Ali Fournet Center, where we're 24/7, 365 program for LGBTQ unhoused youth. I'll keep this brief since our situation is sadly not unique, and I don't need to tell you the impacts of late payments on young people. But over half of our budget has been years behind. We can't go into FY26 without fixing the system, especially as the federal government is removing housing vouchers for youth and threatening our contracts for serving trans youth and those with HIV. We have taken out over $4 million in loans in the last year with $240,000 in interest. We are regularly taking out last-minute loans for payroll. We're behind on rent for 14 different sites. We are paying check to check for all of our bills and our subcontractors, ruining our relationships with them, and not being able to make payments. And every week, there's a decision about who can get paid. Is it a vendor? And anytime there's payroll, no vendors are getting paid. So we need a guaranteed reimbursement of 30 to 60 days, faster, transparent, provider-centered reimbursement, and increased percentage of contract advancement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Juan, Chair Stevens, and the Committees on Contracts and Children and Youth. I'm Andrew Santa Ana, Deputy Director of Research and Policy at the Asian American Federation, where we represent over 70 member nonprofits and serve 1.5 million New Yorkers.
At AAF, we recognize New York City's procurement process is crucial for delivering essential services, like the ones AAF members provide regularly. Through city funding, we serve, feed, educate, house, support seniors, youth, survivors of violence, immigrants, small businesses, and many other New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. The current system, however, fails New Yorkers. It is slow, complicated, and puts an excruciating burden on the providers and ultimately the New Yorkers that rely on our services. These delays are particularly harmful to Asian American nonprofits, which are historically underfunded. According to the Asian American Pacific Islander Institute of Philanthropy, only 20 cents of every $100 awarded to foundations goes to AAPI organizations. And given that disparity, many community-based organizations rely on government funding. As a result, payment delays can weaken community-based organizations, causing them to go in debt, miss payroll, reduce staff, eliminate programs, and rather than providing language and culturally specific programs, they're in a contract abyss. Delayed contracts result in delayed service, delayed safety, delayed justice, delayed housing, delayed healing, prolonged hunger, and prolonged suffering. I want to be blunt. Given the financial and political environment we are currently in, there is widespread fear amongst our communities about their ability to endure this current climate. Indeed, while our communities are acutely targeted, our members continue to provide life-saving services because the stakes have never been higher. It would be an extraordinary, foreseeable, and preventable tragedy if a key reason a community-based organization closes is due to late payments by the city. AAF supports a simpler procurement system. We know we've been here before, and we know that the city revisits this on a regular basis. While there have been some technological advances to ease the system, chronic issues exist, late payments persist. We need a system that is efficient, fair, and accountable. We support the initiatives 1247, 1248, and 1259 under discussion here, and I have more detailed testimony with other recommendations that I'll submit later. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Wan, Chair Stevens, and members of the Committee on Contracts and Children and Youth. My name is Trenton Price. I'm the Executive Director of the Salvadori Center. At Salvadori, we provide STEAM education services, that's STEM plus the A for arts, and in our case, architecture, to schools, after-school sites, and NYCHA community centers across the 5 boroughs, focusing on the built environment. Last year, for context, we served over 12,000 students. We are grateful to have the support of the Council through multiple CASA and digital inclusion and literacy grants, as well as the after-school enrichment and speakers initiative at numerous NYCHA after-school sites. At Salvadori, we have seen firsthand the impact of delayed contracts and payments on our ability to operate. Our FY24 contract, for example, with DYCD has been delayed for the last year. It has forced us to dip into our reserve. We are a small but mighty organization with an annual budget of $2.6 million. I know that pales in comparison to some of my fellow panelists, but it makes a big difference. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in outstanding contracts makes a huge difference in our ability to operate and provide the much needed services that we provide. Moreover, this delay in FY24 contracting and payments has then meant that we cannot start our FY25 contract, for which even more work is happening currently. This amounts to Salvadori fronting over $700,000 of work to the city of New York and the young people we serve, with a fingers crossed hopes that we will be paid sometime. This is not sustainable for Salvadori, for the nonprofit sector, and for the much needed services we provide to young people. To support the need for quicker contracting processes and payments to nonprofits, there needs to be an investment in the personnel needed to do the work at DYCD and at city agencies in general. Second, the model that the Department of Cultural Affairs uses is something to consider. 80% of the contract paid out in the spring of that fiscal year, with the remaining 20% upon completion that summer. We support 1247, 1248, and 1249. Thank you again for facilitating this really important hearing.
Hello, my name is Sharon Brown. Before I begin, remember Israel, release the hostages, let
Please stay on
Yahweh's
topic. Thank you.
people go defend Israel.
Please stay on topic.
I'm prefacing it. The not-for-profit shelters are abusive and perpetuate homelessness, so I think they should be defunded. The contracts are not being paid out, and this is a good time to look at what services are being provided and if they are actually essential. So an essential service is a home of your own, not a shelter bed, along with 20 other women, 30 other women, 20 other men, 30 other men. That's not an essential service. That is abusive. We need real services. I am happy the city is not paying out on many of these contracts. The only ones I am not happy about, we need to prioritize the payouts for the Jewish organizations. We need to make sure the Jewish community is well taken care of, considering the Holocaust. People are calling for new Holocaust and things like that. We need to always make sure the Jewish community is well cared for. Their contracts need to be paid out first and in priority status as emergency status. But a shelter is not an essential thing or essential service. Someone being taken to an apartment, to a house, to get a home of their own, that's essential. After school services for children, that's perfectly fine. We would want those to be paid out. But someone keeping people in a shelter bed, some people haven't been paid for 5 years for a shelter. A person has lived in a shelter for 5 years, that's sad. That a person, I just want this last thing, I just want to reiterate it. A person has lived in the shelter the same amount of time the contract has not been paid. That means the service is not essential.
Thank you.
Yes.
Next panel, please. Next panel is going to be Hannah Jang, Gregory Brender, Ariana Cruz, and Christopher Leon Johnson.
Thank you to the committee chair and council members for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Hannah Jang, and I serve as the community outreach advocate for the Korean American Family Service Center. For over 36 years, KFSC has been providing culturally and linguistically affirming services and programs to empower immigrant survivors of gender-based violence. As someone who has personally experienced gender-based violence, comes from an immigrant family, and now works at a culturally specific organization supporting immigrant survivors, I want to emphasize how critical these bills are. Too often, nonprofits, particularly those serving youth, children, and undeserved communities, are forced to operate under enormous financial strain while waiting for city agencies to register contracts and release funds. These delays jeopardize our ability to deliver life-saving services. For too long, nonprofit organizations, including many of our culturally specific service providers, have shouldered the city's essential work without timely contracts or payments. The resulting cash flow crisis threatens the very services that vulnerable New Yorkers, including immigrant survivors of gender-based violence, rely on every day. These reforms are not just about efficiency, they're about equity, sustainability, and basic respect for the nonprofit workforce that sustains our communities. Thank you for your time and leadership on this critical issue.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Stevens and Chair One, for this hearing and really for following this issue and fighting on this issue over so many years. I'm Gregory Brender from the Daycare Council of New York. We're the membership organization of New York City's early childhood education providers. We have some written testimony with some data from our members about this issue, but as you know, it's just been a crisis a long time. Contractors have gone out of business. Others are holding on by a thread, taking out actions including lines of credit and personal loans if they can't do a line of credit. We have our recommendations are aligned with those of the Human Services Council, and we support the recommendations. And just want to add to it that very often programs funded by DOE or NYCPS, including all the child care centers and family child care networks under the Division of Early Childhood Education, are excluded from these actions because of not being part of MOX and mayoral control. So we would urge that the city commit to ensuring that when these are put in place, that they also apply to early childhood education providers with DEC contracts. And thank you so much for this hearing.
Good afternoon, Chair Juan and members of the Committee on Contracts. My name is Ariane Cruz, and I'm here on behalf of Philanthropy New York, representing over 260 grant-making institutions that invest over $7 billion annually in the well-being of New York City. We are here with a clear and urgent message. PNY supports the City Council's leadership and proposed legislation to address the impacts of delayed contract payments on nonprofits. We deeply appreciate the Council's clear recognition, and particularly Chair Juan, Council Members Stevens and Brannan, that nonprofits are essential to New York's functioning, yet face actions pushing them to a breaking point. We commend your efforts to address the systemic inefficiencies that fuel this crisis, including the range of bureaucratic bottlenecks such as contract registration backlogs, staffing shortages, issues with the city's procurement system, and invoicing complications, all of which deeply resonate with our members and nonprofit colleagues. Your commitment to tackling these root causes alongside securing crucial COLA increases, although it was quite disheartening to see how little of our colleagues have had that paid out. We see that you recognize the invaluable contributions of the nonprofit sector. PNY is deeply invested in our nonprofit ecosystem and stand in allyship with our nonprofit colleagues. As the Comptroller report highlights, this $80 billion sector employing over 18% of the city's workforce is a critical social safety net. While PNY members offer essential grant funding, we know that philanthropy alone cannot replace government contracts, which total roughly $12 billion annually for human services and often represent the largest portion of a nonprofit's income. Passport data analyzed by our colleagues at SeaChange reveal concerning multi-year realities, all of which have been said today. We appreciate the Council's ongoing engagement with us and our partners at HSC and Nonprofit New York and their members to allow meaningful dialogue and collective action on this urgent issue. Thank you so much.
Hello, Chairs Juan and Stevens. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. First, I want to say that today's press conference outside the steps on City Hall was none but a photo op and none but a gaslighting photo op. Let me keep these rules going on. That the Speaker of the City Council, Adrian Adil Adams, running for mayor of New York City. She's weaponizing this budget and this contract process to make sure that all these nonprofits and all you leaders and all you policy directors support her campaign for mayor over Andrew Cuomo and Brad Lander. And what's going on is she is threatening.
Can you please make sure you stay on topic?
I am on topic. This is on topic. She spoke out to the City Council here today. If you don't support her for mayor, she's going to block all budgets, block all payments from you nonprofits. So the reason you guys get paid late is because she's weaponizing these payments to make sure that you vote for her for mayor. If you don't support for mayor over Andrew Cuomo, you're not going to get paid. You nonprofits, like I said, you nonprofits, instead of you standing with her, y'all need to stand against her. You need to come out and outside in front of her office in front of 250 Broadway and speak out against her and telling and saying that what she's doing wrong. You people are being screwed by this speaker. This speaker is nothing but a demon. She's a demon, a big time demon in the City Council, the biggest demon.
Can you please refrain from personalizing things?
Well, it's nothing personal. What's personal is that these nonprofits are not getting paid. What's personal is that these vendors are not getting paid. That's personal. If you're getting paid $140,000 a year, you don't have to worry about not getting paid. These people have to worry about getting paid. These people, they deserve to get they paid. So to my personal tax, if you're not getting paid, it's personal. You work, you bust your butt for your money. You deserve to get your money. That's the truth. But if Adrian Adil Adams want to weaponize her budget to blackmail all these nonprofits to support for mayor, I'm telling you this right now, all you people need a reporter to the FBI and a Department of Investigation. Report to the FBI, 26 Federal Plaza, because if y'all don't, she's going to keep on doing this to you guys. Like I say, vote for Andrew Cuomo. Cuomo's going to be our mayor. Nothing you can do about it. So screw Adrian Adams, the demon. Take care.
Greg, I just had a quick question around you because I know you represent the Daycare Council and DOE is separate from it. Could you talk a little bit about some of the delays that they're also experiencing? Because I know that that's also been a huge part of the conversation. And for me, it's also really frustrating because it's separate, so that means it has its own entities, where it's like we should really be thinking about how do we streamline all these processes opposed to having all these different agencies. So could you talk a little bit about some of the issues you guys have been having on that front, just because I just want to have it on record as well.
Absolutely, yeah. There's kind of issues at every step of the process. There's, as with all human services, there have been issues with late contract registration, but after registration, there continue to be issues. As you know, contracts don't go through Passport. They go through the pre-kid system with the Division of Early Childhood Education. There have been problems with if there is a question or any issue with the submission of either attendance, enrollment data, or if, say, a previous month's fiscal data has some issue, it can hold up payments for months. And we need we need organizations to be able to do things like submit batched invoices, and also just have people to like call if they're, something is getting flagged, like they can't confirm attendance, they can't confirm expenses, because that may mean you go months where you're submitting your invoices, but you're not getting paid. So we've seen providers, even after contract registration, unable to get paid because there's some issue that can't be resolved with the operations analyst working within the Division of Early Childhood Education. And we saw a particular huge sort of flare-up of this, particularly at the beginning of the current administration, when there was a mass exodus of staff within the Division of Early Childhood. So the people who were actually processing these contracts weren't working there anymore, and you had just fewer operations analysts, fewer policy folks within the division able to handle these.
Yeah, thank you for that, because I think it's just important, like even the need of how we need to be streamlining all of these city agencies, because when we have different processes, that means each nonprofit also have to have different people dedicated to those contracts and also being stretched in with that in addition to not being paid. And so I think as we are thinking about steps of improving, those are the things we should be thinking about, of streamlining it, and so that it's not different processes for different contracts. Because again, across the nonprofit sector, one nonprofit could have different contracts with like 4 different agencies with 4 different processes, and that is a huge burden on the nonprofit, which is something that I don't think was even brought up in detail at this hearing, but that is definitely something that we need to address. Also, I just want to address some of the comments and statements that was made by the gentleman who's already left. Let's be clear, our side is not in charge of processing contracts. If we were, you would have your money. So I want to make that clear, that today was not a photo op. Today was about making sure that this issue is in the front and showing how important it is to the council, and making sure that we're standing together and understanding, we're hearing what the nonprofits are going through and support it. And we're wanting to work with the administration to come up with real concrete solutions to get you guys paid on time. So I just want to make sure that that is cleared and that is on the record, because the statements that were made were totally false, totally not acceptable, and something that I want to make sure that we have on the record. So thank you.
Thanks. And just back to your earlier point, and I know I don't need to tell you this because of your years working in the settlement house, but many early childhood education providers, a lot of our members are multi-service, so having that kind of streamlining where you have a similar process, say for your DYCD or DIFTA contract as you have for your early childhood contract, would be very helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, settlement houses, we like to say, what do we say, twinkle to wrinkle. So we're serving all the sector and serving the whole family, which means we are working with almost every agency in the city, which makes it hard. And I remember having fiscal, each department had a different fiscal person because there were different requirements for each of the agencies. So again, as we're thinking about processes, we really need to be thinking about streamlining all of them, because it would just make things that much more easy, and even processes, and for us to hold the other side accountable. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we're going to move to online testimony. We have Stephen Grimaldi from the New York Common Pantry. Please unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes to testify.
You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you, Co-Chair Stevens and Juan, and members of the committees. My name is Stephen Grimaldi. I am the Executive Director of the New York Common Pantry and a representative of the Roundtable Allies for Food Access. As a nonprofit in its 45th year of community service, we receive City Council funding from a variety of sources to support our programs, and we've grown into one of the largest emergency food providers in New York City, serving more than 11 million meals in FY24 to over 730,000 low-income and unhoused individuals through New York City. Put simply, this hearing has been sobering. As we've been hearing, organizations are faced with having to borrow millions because of delays in contract execution and reimbursement, and the choice to delay community services until funding is received is detrimental to those we serve. We've heard many examples today from across the sector, but let me cover a different funding delay. That's the city's capital project funding for vehicles. As you know, nonprofits are required to submit bids, but because the process is lengthy with multiple layers of approval, the submitted bids are outdated by the time funding approval is granted. Again, this causes unnecessary delays. Additionally, it takes years for grants to be executed. For an organization like ours, who are purchasing vehicles such as vans and box trucks to deliver food across the city, the delays have real consequences for health, wellness, and survival for the most vulnerable in our city. For example, we received approval to purchase a van for our Nourish Senior program in 2018. We only received payment for that vehicle in December of 2022. That took 4 years. We're still waiting for 7 truck contracts that goes back as far as 2020 to either be reimbursed or registered. So in closing, New York Common Pantry would like to voice its support for Bills 1247, 1248, and 1249, all of which will be major steps forward to addressing many of the issues nonprofits face in contracting with New York City. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that concludes our testimonies for today. So we're going to wrap up our hearing. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions, but special shout out to our last 2 designated survivors who are in the room. Who stayed, and the executive director who stayed with us through the whole thing to hear out the nonprofits. Whether you believe it or not, I'm sure that meant a lot to all the providers who stayed here and who've been here since 9 o'clock this morning at the rally, and seeing you stay also just underlines the commitment and all the good things that they have said about you, and I have not met you, so they've all said good things about you. So I'm happy to have you here as a partner.
Yeah, thank you for staying here. We have not had that in the last 3 years. So we're going to close out, and I now hereby claim that this committee is now adjourned.